Howdy, folks, and welcome to Adventures in Alberon. This is our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons game, homebrewed. Thank you, Miles. We are joined by Matt, Miles, and Tina. Allie is feeling a little bit under the weather. She may join us for a particular part.
She'll be in the chat.
True love may overcome the illness, but we'll have to see.
We'll see.
So we're going to get into this game in just a second, but before we do, I wanted to say thank you to Dicey Encounters because they are making us all new sets of dice to match our new character art. So by Frederica Volova, so check her out if you need art. Incredibly reasonably priced, truly undervalued artist. Kind of nice because it's a little cheaper for us, but definitely give her a little bit of love. Also,
Like, this fucking dope-ish.
yeah, so also we have a
Allie's
store.
Spot.
Yeah, so we have a store. There are a couple things for sale. I actually didn't wear my Finger Gang shirt today, but Miles and Allie's chair are sporting the limited edition artist shirt that we're running for just a little bit longer. Very sort of, you had a good way of describing it, like mildly psychedelic, nautical themed.
If anyone ever listened to, what is it called, Montreal back in the day.
Yeah,
So.
right. So super cool. Check that out. We also have our logo. We have the Finger Gang logo. And there's something else being cooked up at the moment. So that is going to be very, very cool. Finally, for all of our sound, we are using Sirenscape and ourselves. But Sirenscape is a digital tool set for dungeon masters, for players, for people who like to listen to jungle music in their off time. It doesn't work great for the gym, but it's nice for like a nice day outside.
It works good for the cool down.
Absolutely. Try out Sirenscape.
I mean, I guess it depends on what you're using. You use it to work out.
Also
Not
true.
for cardio.
Anyways, and that's all the announcements we have for this week. The only other thing I guess actually would be AlberonRPG.com is the site of our new wiki. Check that out because it's slowly growing and it has all kinds of cool information. As you guys unlock things throughout the world, it will appear on the wiki. Art will be coming. At the moment, there's a weird security certificate issue, which I actually figured out on the way over here. So either tonight or tomorrow, that will be resolved. Other than that, we can get into our recap. So let me go ahead and pull up our music. Alrighty. When we last played, you guys began in the Frostmare, the beautifully crafted tavern or inn within Squall's End. Guntir, you had a nightmare. Again, being contacted by Kindscale, the Purple Terror, the dragon who is summoning you to Kol Taram. But awakening, you decided you wouldn't be able to sleep and you went downstairs and ended up getting a gig with Xanifer to tend the bar. You promptly got very drunk, roping Heinrich in by pouring him 5 different alcohols and forcing him to drink it. Heinrich was able to fool you once using Mage Hand to toss the drink behind his back, but unfortunately was not able to fool you a second time and had to drink a foul concoction. In the morning, you further wrought your vengeance upon Xanifer by casting Contagion and giving him a horrific fever, which will last 7 days. So that's fun. Shay, you and Guntir had a disagreement and actually split off. Guntir, you deciding that you would head directly to Kol Taram and storming about 100 feet before turning around to see if anybody noticed. Which you would actually have seen the Morwen just stuffed in the warm weather gear, kind of waddling away from you. You decided to go and spend some time in Hawker's Row. You investigated some of the shops. You were promptly banned from most of them. But you did manage to find within a series of sisters who own this sort of wholesale cloth business, you're able to find and procure the youngest sister's help in creating some roughly, actually very authentic looking Zinni garb. Currently you are posing as a monk. Meanwhile, the rest of you decided that you would attend to other things. Shay, you brought Heinrich and Morwen to meet Gamble. Very much your uncle growing up. This halfling who, missing patches of beard and all kinds of injuries just across his face. A master inventor, a master artisan, not necessarily a master monk, but still trained by the Zinni. He gave you many gifts. He gave Shay a beautiful, ornate red hawk mask that, when worn, will allow you to see in the dark, something you previously have not been able to do. Heinrich, you were able to procure a very special invention by Gamble. Gamble's ring of force feedback, which we're going to see how it works.
Yeah,
this is a homebrew item that I made up, so we're going to see. And then Guntir, you not being there, unfortunately, we're not given a gift. But after discussing
Serves you right.
some of the things that you wanted to do, you brought...
You don't understand what I'm going through.
You brought your other two friends to go and meet Era. If Gamble was your uncle, Era is your adopted mother, the person who took you in when things with your family didn't quite work out. She brought you down into the basement of the archive where the Zinni keep stacks and stacks of glass lenses, each minutely transcribed with different details of history, which, when projected through a light, cast a tremendous amount of knowledge from a very, very small space onto a wall, a book, any kind of surface that you wish. And utilizing this technology, she showed you not only is there the Pillar of Scales, but several other pillars throughout Alberon, perhaps remnants of past life forms that have been brought to the planet. She also overlaid a map of Alberon, or Dominion specifically, onto this series of pillars. You were able to see a lot of different things, unclear as to what they meant, but you saw beyond the Pillar of Scales, there was the Pillar of the Mind, the Pillar of the Weird. And I believe those are the only two that you saw.
There were.
I think
There were
There
others.
were
we saw
yeah.
all 5.
Okay, you saw all 5. So you
Yeah.
saw the Pillar of Scales, the Pillar of the Weird, the Pillar of the Mind. And I'll have to go back and look and see what the other ones were. But discovering all of this, I don't know, look at the map, yeah. Do it on the battle cam.
Oh, true. This is probably the best place
Here,
to
I'll
put it.
throw it up on the battle cam.
Oh
here.
my goodness! Look at that. I hope this catches it all.
It
It
is
should.
zoomed in on the battle cam.
Look at that.
Anyhow, with this information, you're now acutely aware of the fact that this prophecy that you had received almost a year, actually more than a year ago now, in real time, about 3 months in the game, there is some truth to this prophecy, and slowly you're beginning to see it coalesce. Different verses having different meanings for many of you. But as all of this happens, Morwen and Shay, you headed off to go and see Kroddick, your childhood friend and the love of Morwen's life, though Morwen has met him once.
Yes. One of the many of her life.
But we will begin this evening with you, Heinrich, and Guntir.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
give me just 1 second. So, standing now within, or right outside of the archive, I believe. No, you guys had headed back to the actual monastery, correct?
So we were leaving it,
We were leaving
and you guys were gonna go see.
Kroddick.
Okay,
I
so
was
you
gonna
guys
go
had crossed.
I was gonna go collect Guntir wherever I could find him.
Perfect. Okay, so you guys had crossed the bridge. You kind of approaching from a downhill angle. Heinrich, you would see a dwarf or maybe a halfling, hard to tell based on this robe that's up. There is just a white beard that very, very hard to disguise, and you did not disguise. Just kind of snow white and dangling out. He seems to be making his way past you.
Okay. Do I recognize that as Gunter's beard?
You what?
I figured I'd have it tucked into the robe.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Yeah, would I notice the fact that beards
I'm
don't
like,
get tucked in often
I'm
in
kinda
cold
like-
weather? They're normally there to
I'm covering
protect.
it with my
So
hands,
he's Assassin's
down,
Creeding.
kinda
Yeah.
like,
So we got a 14,
14. Okay.
whatever that may add up to.
There's a moment where there is like a bit of it pulls your attention, and you look, and even as you do, you can see this monk kind of very shiftily shuffle the robes up and pull the cowl in. And you get the sense that it's an individual that doesn't want to be seen. There is a familiarity, but it's not something that immediately grasps you to Guntir.
Okay.
And where are you walking?
I'm going up towards the direction that I had left them in.
Okay, so are you trying to head
Towards
to the monastery?
Yes.
Which is like directly behind this.
So as he
So,
walks
all
past,
right.
you can see he just sort of just goes right past and
Does something seem off in terms of the difference of like the garb and all that kind of stuff?
Garb is very authentic Zinni garb.
Okay.
It's
my
a
eyes.
little nicer, well, very much. And actually, you would probably kind of following and watching. There are other people walking, a lot of tired-looking people. And as they walk, they don't turn to acknowledge in any way. And so it seems as if this person fits in.
Okay. I'm gonna make a mental note and then do like a sweep of the town.
Okay.
And maybe like ask around, be like, "Someone seen a?" You know.
Okay. We're going to get back to that
Yeah,
in
yeah.
1 second. Gunter.
You're lucky. Lucky my perception sucks.
You walk past and you're acutely aware of Heinrich kind of turning, the antlers casting a little bit of a shadow as it's now right around 1 o'clock. And you just kind of keep walking.
I don't have anything to like discern either, unfortunately.
About 100 feet away, you turn
Yeah.
after passing 2 other monks who don't give you any kind of glance. You can see one an elf, one a human. The elf, for an elf, looks tired, just like bags under his eyes that would probably match your own.
Probably, I can infer that they're probably suffering the mind nightmares.
Yeah, you can infer whatever you want.
That's what I'm gonna
Most
do.
people
This is
around
America.
these here parts. Hey, wait a minute. That's
As Guntir, I'm gonna be like, oh, must be the dragon.
Okay. You cross this bridge, this wooden bridge with beautifully carved planks, and then up and into this, you would see the staircase, and it's unusual. And actually for you, very interesting, because it's carved of stone, but beyond that, it's carved into the mountain itself, so that you see stairs spiraling into a negative space that is purely carved out of the mountain, and it continues up and then levels off onto this beautiful sort of snowy plateau. And you can see that there are these pink, what look like cherry blossom trees kind of dotting this impossibly cold landscape.
I'm gonna continue up the stairs.
Okay. You walk up these stairs, and as you kind of spiral around, you would come up to what is known as the Plateau of Triumph, although you do not know that. Looking around, kind of making a quick glance, you can see to your left a tall tower, a number of what look like either ravens or crows. And they seem to be habitating this tower. You've seen, actually, in Mudtown, there is a roost for ravens and for other birds that are helpful in that area. This is much taller, and you can hear, even as you kind of like crane your neck a little bit, you would imagine inside it is cacophonous. It is just incredibly loud. You can see beyond that tower, kind of the tower passing on your left, you would see there's a massive workshop with all kinds of strange pathways and water towers and strange pulleys that are moving buckets around. You can see smoke coming out of several smokestacks. And then as your gaze kind of sweeps, you can see the monastery itself. Still set high above where you are, these stone walls, massive, maybe 12 feet tall and thick. They're topped with the same sort of red shingles that slide down, forming a very, very decorative border on an otherwise solid defensive position. There are massive gates that are open. Each one would weigh well over a ton. Intricately carved, although you can't make out the details as it is set up against the wall. But through that, you can see just these beautiful wooden walkways cleared of snow, tall buildings with tiled roofs that slant downwards and these intricate wooden carvings above them. You can see a number of symbols that you can't recognize. You've seen Shay and actually Heinrich read these. This is Zinyi. As you sort of turn and further to your right, you can see this cliff seems to wrap around the monastery, and then there seems to be other buildings beyond that.
All right, I'm gonna continue to what looks like the main entrance area of
Okay. Your footsteps bring you through what is known as the Young Bao Gates. And as you progress through, there are more monks now, people dressed in the garb that you had originally seen Shay in. Looking around, you don't see any purple or black, which your mind would be drawn to fairly quickly after the last encounter you had with a monk. That wasn't Shay. But looking around, it's an alien place. The architecture is strange. There is a lot of stone walls, but nothing is terribly familiar to you here. You find yourself very much, though dressed to be here, very much alone. What do you want to do?
What's Gunter's big plan?
What was her name?
Make an intelligence check.
Ooh, nice.
Total
That's
recall.
21.
So, your eyes kind of drift apart as you go back in your head and think, and you do remember that Shay had said that this person's name was Era.
I'm gonna go up to someone. I'm gonna do a scan to see who looks the most naive.
Okay. You can see, looking across, there are like 5 or 6 people immediately in your vicinity, all dressed in various levels of Zinni garb. But you do spot, I'll say, carrying your perception roll of a 21, you would spot this monk with very, very simple, flat orange garb, no intricate sort of patterns. You can see, based on the level of intricacy and your knowledge of a lot of different places throughout Dominion, although this one doesn't quite match up. It tends to seem like more intricacy means a higher rank. This person is wearing very simple clothing.
Okay. I'm gonna shuffle on over to them.
Okay. You shuffle through, your feet dragging through the snow as you do so.
Go up and say,
Excuse me. Could you point me in the direction of Era? I'm here with business regarding Shay.
He turns to you, speaking common, and gives you just a slight incline in his head. What business do you have with Era?
Very important matters regarding things in Coltaram, as well as a bit further around. I've been traveling with Shay, and we are...
Make a deception check.
Oh, God. God damn it. Or I guess good. I don't know.
that's a 22.
Depends on what you're doing with this.
Well, I don't know who Shay is, but Era is in the Court of Mystics.
Ah, wonderful.
And he turns and just kind of gestures to his right, and you can see he's kind of pointing to the stone steps that go up past more of these sort of cherry blossom trees, although now very close you can see the leaves are strangely rubbery and thick. But you can see he points over there. If you continue in this direction, you will find what you seek.
Thank you very much.
He sort of bows
is
to you.
this
Before you walk
character?
away, he bows and just says, eightfold are the path. And he gives you a little incline and then continues on his way. You head in that direction? Okay. Meanwhile, Heinrich,
Okay.
back in town,
Yeah.
sort of looking around, you're standing maybe 100 feet away from the Frostmare.
Yeah.
You know the direction that these two went in.
Yeah.
What
And
do
the
you wanna
one that Guntir originally went in as
Yes.
well. I guess I would just head out
Okay.
towards
Hawker's Row?
Hawker's Row, yeah. Not Ramblin' Row.
Ramblin' Row.
I know, I was like, that's not where we are.
That's more the West Coast.
Uh-huh.
So Hawker's Row,
Dungannon.
you continue, you walk through the day market. Now at this time,
Yeah.
this is crowded. One of the very few places that seems to be almost kind of thrumming with activity. People still appear very tired. You can see people are dragging their feet. There is just this sort of, not even an edge. It feels almost like defeat in a certain way. There are people who, you've seen people tired lash out. There's none of that here. But you do see that there are people trading produce and various kind of handmade goods.
Sure.
There's like a little stall that has just shovels.
Yeah.
But you pass through the market and you head to Hawker's Row. Hawker's Row has a couple of larger stores. And these stores do not deal, at least as far as you know, in gold.
Currency, yeah.
But you can see there's a pottery store. You pass a 2-storied sort of jewelry store. You can see, I think actually
I'm
somebody...
heading right towards Wonders.
Okay,
Yeah.
sure.
Because that's where I think that Guntir would be drawn to, at least, because it's got stuff
And you're
to
not
maybe
wrong.
steal.
Sure.
That was my inclination first.
You head to the flat, long sort of building that consists of Wonders.
Yeah.
And as you push the door open, There's like a long table that doesn't quite run the length of the store,
Uh-huh.
but it's big. It's like a longer version of those JCPenney folding tables where they have all those kind of displayed
yeah.
shirts. And you can see there are a number of items on it, but beyond that, you can see there is this mountain elf who looks quite young. They are dressed in very simple Zinyi garb, although you can see they are wearing what looks like crafter's leathers as pants, and they do have these sort of leather gloves, although one is currently off and is attached to the other one, kind of just dangling free. They look a little bemused, I think is the best way of putting it. There are no customers currently in the store. You can see as you walk in, they were kind of looking out. But as you walk in, hello, welcome to Wonders.
Hi. Cool store. Store, not the right term here.
We tend not to deal in
Stall?
gold. It is an establishment.
Let's call it that then, yeah.
What is it that you seek?
Well, passing through isn't the term because I don't think people tend to drift through somewhere as remote as this, but
No.
this was just a place that, oh goodness, what's his name again? At the Frosted Mare.
Oh, it was the Xanifer, the tiefling.
Yes, Xanifer, that's right. He mentioned that this place had some interesting things, and while I'm here, just to check it out, I suppose.
I don't see Xanifer very much, but some of his friends do come by quite often. What sort of thing are you looking for? We have a few things in stock.
Oh, nothing in particular, just, I have some other friends who are currently in town. They're on an errand, and I figured just check it out and just see what do you have to offer.
Well, before I offer you anything, please understand, in this community,
Right, no gold, don't worry.
Yes.
Understand.
But the items that we currently have on sale, we have, and actually, again, I don't know if I mentioned this, very hard to tell, he or she, very,
sure, yeah.
very androgynous.
Yeah.
So they kind of walk over, and you can see there is this, sort of tuft of grayish sort of silk. And same thing as Guntir saw before. She shows you, she ties it and kind of pulls the knot, and it just slips away. This is called the trader's cloth, or trader's rope. Very delicate looking, but it can be used to trick and fool.
Sure.
We also have, and she
Cool, neat.
kind of sets that down and pulls up the belt of stars.
Uh-huh.
This is the belt of stars. It can change the constellations over a wide swath of sky. Very useful for gatherings. It was originally intended to do something else, but
What was it intended to do originally?
it was originally intended to form a sort of barrier. The idea was to protect, and unfortunately it doesn't quite do that. But it does distract, and it is a beautiful thing on a summer evening.
That's interesting. What else do you have here, I suppose?
Puts it down. This is, and picks up this it's just like a steel rod. Pretty hefty. This is a lightning rod, but not like the kind that you would put on a building. If you are holding this rod, you will find that certain spells don't quite work on you the way that they're supposed to.
How do you mean?
Well, if you were to take any kind of lightning damage, originally this was invented for people attempting to scout through the squall. I don't know if you've heard of that, but
I have, yes. Hard to miss around here.
yes. And there are often lightning strikes and such that make flying through it very difficult. This was originally designed to help. It doesn't quite get rid of all of the electrical damage, but some.
Well, that's interesting. And all of this is of your design, or?
No, this is Master Gamble's design personally. Some of these are his students, actually, the Trader's Rope and the Belt of Stars. But the Lightning Rod is Gamble's.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Between you and me, if you were to get an item, Master Gamble makes some of the finest things around. Owning something that he has created, I'm sure, would be quite valuable to most.
Of course, yes. I trust that. I see echoes of his work throughout the community here so far, and I've only been here a day. On that note, has anyone else from out of town, I suppose. Been through the market or even in here by chance?
Today?
Sure, yeah. Today, I suppose.
You can see her expression kind of darkens a little bit.
Yeah.
Nobody of note, nobody important.
Are you sure? Maybe not important, but
The Caldwells were in here earlier, although they didn't trade for anything.
Caldwell's? Does that ring a bell?
No.
No.
The old man Charmaine came by, but that was to finish a deal that we made previously. Which, if you do need turnips also, we have quite a few now.
Mm-hmm.
But aside from that, nobody...
Okay, that's fair. That's fine. I'll think about that belt. Seems very interesting. I don't know how much time I have to spare in terms of mutual trade. My friends and I might be departing soon, but I will keep it in mind.
Please do. And if you come back tomorrow or maybe even the next day, our stock does change quite a lot.
Interesting.
We are in the time where we tend to get a lot of people sheltering from the final months of the cold. And so, not traders maybe, but members of the surrounding community who didn't quite prepare as thoroughly as they thought. Especially this winter.
Right. It has been pretty awful. Our travels here were not the best.
Where did you come from?
Well, we actually most immediately we came from Smuggler's Dug. I'm not sure if you've heard of it.
Yeah, Smuggler's Dug. It's actually at the base of a mountain just across. It's not an easy journey from there.
No, it took us a few days actually.
You made good from Smuggler's Dug?
Yeah.
Took you about 32 hours.
Okay. Yeah, it took us only a few days, I'll just say.
A few days is still a very good time.
Yes,
especially for somebody from the outside.
We had excellent guidance from
You
a
must
close
have.
friend. Well, I do have some more searching, I suppose, to see if I could find if my friends are done with their errand, but I may be back. Thank you for your time. I suppose that is all.
Well, have a pleasant day.
Yes. And then I'm gonna. Yeah, I mean, if she nods, I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, they nod and you nod and
Yeah.
you can head right back out into the
And
cold.
I'll give him a wave as I'm leaving. And then I turn and I walk, and I'm looking around for like any other things. And then I remember disguises. Okay. And so I'm gonna look around for like clothing stores that sell maybes and ye robes or something.
Easy enough. Looking around, you can see very quickly there is a shop called the Tapestry Unwoven.
Yeah.
A little bit bigger than the other stores, and you can see there's like steam coming out from some of the windows. It's a very warm building. But you want to make your way over? Okay. You make your way over, and right as you do, the door opens a little bit, and you can see this younger woman kind of has like a little bundle over. It seems like she's maybe leaving for the day. But as she does, she stops, and you can see there's a key in her hand, and she has the door still open. Oh, I'm sorry. And she kind of closes the door behind her. Were you looking for something?
Someone actually. Just trying to. Well, you see, I was staying at the Frosted Mare, and there's a bit of a concern that I had over one of the patrons that was there. He got quite drunk and quite rowdy, and I was wondering if you met anyone who might have been a little off-kilter, a little bit troublesome, possibly, passed through here. Someone maybe looking for
Make an insight check.
garb of a certain type that might blend them in a little better.
Make an insight check.
Fuck you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was looking at the wrong. 9.
9. Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody like that. But if you were staying at the Frostmare, presumably,
Yes.
Xenifer is very good at tracking people down. I would ask him.
Okay. I just had the feeling since I saw them walk off in this direction, it was a dwarf, you see, who may have had a little too much of Xenifer's stock, I suppose. I'm just trying to persuade her to open up about it specifically.
In this community, we don't tend to buy or sell things, but perhaps we could make a deal.
Okay. I'm all ears.
Well, perhaps if I told you where somebody roughly matching that description was. Well, you see, I'm looking to buy some new supplies, and because there aren't a lot of people trading in gold here, I would really appreciate... Well, she seems to think for a second. Maybe the next time that you come back, we could talk. I am on my way somewhere.
Oh, where are you heading? Because I had no specific destination in mind. I might be able to...
She looks again, like a little uncomfortable. I was just going to go home. But
My apologies.
Your target, person of interest.
That's a little harsh.
Well, it seems if they got very intoxicated, probably you're not looking for them to.
Congratulate? No, most likely not.
But there was a dwarf who came by, just to ask a few questions, much like you, and then they headed on their way up back towards the monastery. I don't know if you've seen it. Very tall building.
Yes.
So you've seen it before.
It's hard to miss.
It is a beautiful building.
I do appreciate... I think that is all the information that I would need to at least find this individual. That's all.
She
Thank
puts
you.
out her hand. And then if you come back, maybe you could help me with my problem later.
Well, what kind of problem? Maybe I could help you now.
Turn
If
down
it's...
'cause it's tiring.
Sure. Yeah. You didn't even mention any sort of what is the matter of this thing?
Make a persuasion check.
Okay. All right. Not very good. My math is horrible. 12.
Okay. I have two sisters, you see, and she sort of looks around. They're good sisters, but I feel as if maybe I'm doing more of the work than they are, and I'm not really benefiting in any way. And I have theories that perhaps they're taking maybe some money on the side that they're not supposed to be, and not quite sharing with the community in the way that we are supposed to.
I see.
I was just maybe looking for some help with that.
In terms of just finding out if that is true, or convincing them otherwise, if you feel that it is certain, or...
If you could think that you might be able to do that, that would be wonderful. But,
boy.
There are more details to it. Again, I am running a little bit late.
Of course. If I will keep that in mind, and if we cross paths, then absolutely. And what was your name? I'm not sure we even introduced ourselves.
We did. My name is Cybrine.
Cybrine. It's Heinrich. Very nice to meet you.
She shakes her hand.
Cybrine?
Yeah, she shakes her hand. It's a deal then. I will see you. She hoists this back up.
Handshake, fuck.
And she heads off in the direction that she was going.
Okay. All right. I'm heading back to look for that kind of slightly shady dwarf that was heading towards the monastery.
Yeah, it matches the description.
Very, very much like I have that. I just recall that, and I'm like, all right, shit, I gotta find him.
Okay. You head off in the direction that she points you towards the monastery itself. Meanwhile, Shay, you lead Morwen. Give me 1 second here. You would bring... I'm just trying to find the cluster here. You would bring Morwen to the Groundswell cluster, the neighborhood in which you and Krodok live. To get there, you have to pass by the day market, but not through it. And you can hear it's quieter than it usually is. The voices are a little bit hushed. The energy coming from there, usually friendly and bright. This is beyond a place where you trade goods and services. It's really, for most of the people who are not part of the monastery life, this is like the social event of the day. You would know that the Frostmere is really the only inn, mostly for the outsiders who come through from time to time. There's not like a lot of places to hang out. So, usually it's bustling.
My boyfriend.
Everybody welcome Allie to the stream.
Hooray! Morwen's here because she knows her true love.
She heard the call.
So,
Let me just plug myself in.
yeah,
Oh,
The tummy heating pad.
Shay and Morwen currently are making their way to the groundswell cluster, the place where Croddock lives.
The most beautiful place on earth.
You've already been to this neighborhood since you've traveled, and you remember Croddock's house being fairly dark for Croddock's house. You didn't see him in the sort of secondary tier that was added on, that he spends much of his time in, if he is home, which is not often. However, where did I put it here? All right, so you come upon the area where the road, but not really a road, just a road that's been trodden so many times and over so many years that it's just sort of formed a natural path down into the groundswell cluster. And where the road splits on the left, thank you very much, Talon. On the left, you can see Croddock's house. On the right is your house. But you turn your attention as Morwen is kind of looking around to this building. Simple stonework, very, very simple red sort of tiles. You can see the second floor open to the air. There are no windows in the second floor. And you don't see Croddock.
He's probably inside.
What do you guys want to do?
Gonna go up and knock.
Okay. You go up and knock on the door. There is no answer, although, Shay, what's your passive perception?
18.
Yeah, it's like stupid high. You do hear the kind of shifting creak of floorboards, somebody maybe rolling in a bed, somebody shifting in a chair. There is somebody home.
I'm peeking in a window.
Okay. You have dark vision. With your vision, you can see Croddock's house very sparsely furnished. There is a simple table that looks like it's
Needs a
sized.
woman's touch.
Looks like it's sized for one person. There's a single stool, although it is shorter than you would expect. There is in the center of this building a sort of cylindrical fireplace, although there is no fire burning. But with your dark vision, you can see in the very back, not quite a corner as this abode is round for the most part, but sort of stooped into the backest or the furthest back part of this building. The backest of this building. In the darkness, you can see these two wings kind of folded over a little bit.
I purr
You can
loudly.
see just kind of one of the arms laying down, sort of placed on the ground, and the muscular tone actually a little bit less than you remember it being. You can see just the little bits of red sort of feathers, brown and white, just mottled together and coming off it. This Croddock. And you can see, even as Shay kind of like waits, the figure shifts slightly, but doesn't seem to respond.
Well, now that I see that he's not as strong anymore, I leave. No, I'm just kidding.
Dang, that's cool.
No, I'm just totally kidding.
What do you
I'm
guys
gonna
want
be
to do?
like, Psst. He's there.
Yes, I gather. Does he look like he's moving?
I mean, he's alive.
Not exactly what I was going for. But all right.
Is there a back door?
No,
I start checking for the back door.
Okay.
There's no back. It's not locked.
There's like
Ah.
crunch, 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 crunch in the snow as Morwen makes a full circle around the building.
No
you
back
do not
door.
find a back door. You would know that there is no back door here because Croddock can just kind of fly out the top. Doesn't use
That
the
is
door
the
a
back
whole
door.
lot. Yeah. So what do you want to do?
I'm gonna open the door.
Okay.
We're just gonna creak it open a little bit. Like,
It opens up just a little bit and the sliver of light spills across the floor. You can see it is dusty in here. And there's an unfamiliar smell. It is kind of musky and has the scent of maybe like just slightly off vegetables.
Slightly off vegetables.
Does
Yeah,
it smell the same as the feather?
it does not. Certainly not.
Yep.
Cabbage. There's just cabbage
And
everywhere.
as you enter, or as you kind of poke your head in, the smell shifts a little bit and you can smell almost like body odor and just this sort of unpleasantness. And just with that little shaft of light, you can see at the very end these tips of Croddock's wings. He kind of shuffles over and the wing disappears into the darkness.
in Zinni, Sky Brother, I'm home. Why will you not get up?
And as soon as your voice comes out, you can see all of a sudden from the wings, the head just cranes out. You can see the beak. There is like black marks that are kind of across the beak. You can see one of the eyes very much kind of cloudy. The feathers in the back, sort of top left portion of his head, seem to be fairly singed. As the wing pulls back in a little bit, you can see the reason that the feathers splayed out into the sun is because the wing still carries the shape of a break at some point in the very recent past. But seeing you now, you can see immediately in his eyes that you're very familiar with, there is a mixture of emotions. There is relief, but there is also a lot of shame. And he sort of reflexively pulls a wing back a little bit, especially seeing Morwen now.
Mind you, I'm behind you, and I'm just like,
Yeah,
and then
full
I'm behind her,
suit.
and just like,
And it has all the sound like the.
I'm real
sound
shy
as it
right
goes.
now. This is a big moment.
Krodik climbs up, and you can see the right wing kind of flutters out and seems to stretch itself. The left wing starts to, and then uncharacteristically kind of almost seems to like pulsate and then kind of come back in as if the muscles themselves not quite able to pull it out. But he stands up. You can see at his full height, maybe 5'10", 5'11". And immediately as he stands up, both of you can see, I mean, the musculature has atrophied a little bit. And you can see he's looking a little gaunt. Shay, having seen him, you've never really seen him like this. His body, he's bare-chested from the waist up.
Oh, I've never seen him like this either.
You can see that he wears zinni, sort of like a cinched belt and the pants that most scouts wear. You can see now with the light up off and behind him, there is this sort of staff, very similar to your own, although there is this magnetized sort of grip. And you can see it's leaned up against the wall, and it actually has elements of web kind of off of it. He hasn't picked it up in some time. But standing up, one wing up against his back, the other slightly more out. Shay
And Morwen.
turns his head again.
Will you honor us
Hello.
with hospitality?
Yes.
And open the door fully at that point.
Turns his head, and you can see as the light goes out, this is dusty. And to the right, you can see now there is a sack of what looks like, from the day market, vegetables that are just spoiled. You can see that there are sort of plates that are on that single table. One plate that looks as if it may have had something, and then another plate that just was set there and never really filled. You gather that Krodik hasn't really been eating. But he goes over to the table and sort of clears the plates almost embarrassedly and kind of looks around and doesn't really have a place to put them, so he puts them behind the fireplace.
While they talk, I'm gonna try to look for good veggies and try to make a little meal
Okay, make an,
for everyone, not just him.
make an investigation check.
Which is gonna be funny because I'm gonna be like bending over, like
You're like trying to reach
All of
over
my
to the
snowsuits.
table, and the snowsuit like gets up against the table, and you can't quite reach
or like
across.
I'm pushing and the whole table pushes instead.
You just
Or
chase the
reaching.
table across the
During this like really, really nice talk.
I'm doing an investigation.
Yes.
All right, 8.
8, okay. You pull open this bag, and there are not flies in this space because it is really cold. There's not a lot of sort of pests, but the smell kind of comes out. And looking at it, you can see there is like this, what looks like a tuberous, whitish, almost like a turnip, but a much more elongated, much larger, that as the bag opens kind of almost deflates, and it lets out this really unfortunate smell. You imagine there is probably not a lot of fresh produce in this bag.
All right, I take some of my rations, but try to like nicely display it, like when you get takeout and don't want to tell someone you did.
Sure, yeah, you take the burger, kind of
charcuterie,
lean it
your
up on some
hardtack.
things.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it look
Put
real.
the ketchup on the back of the
as-
spoon, smear it
yeah,
across.
Take
Sure.
it out of the packets. You know
Yeah,
what
oh,
I mean?
perfect. Yeah, beautiful. You present your rations as best you can. But while you're doing this, Krodik does come up to you. He turns and kind of looking over at the snow-suited Morwen, like trying to shuffle around, and then eventually like trying to get something out of her backpack and can't quite reach it.
I shut off a layer.
Okay, and then there's no zipper. I was gonna go, zzz, but there's no zippers. Yeah, so you begin doffing this cold weather armor.
Just one layer.
Yeah. You now have Krodik in front of you.
What happened?
He turns, and you can see his one good eye. There is almost just this element of a tear that begins to shed. Oh, You know what? I'm gonna change the music too.
It's not,
Yeah.
not so happy right now.
Yeah, for sure.
Not so jaunty.
So his one good eye reflects you a little bit in the light, and you can see, for the first time in a long time actually, yourself. And you can see your hair is a little bit longer, and there are visible now these sort of feathers that seem to be poking out through elements of your hair.
Kind of like self-consciously, like this a little bit.
Shay, I went to Guntir. Not on purpose, not at first, but Era had me go and scout the squall. We've heard of giants, although I didn't see any. And when he kind of very bird-like is shifting his head around, you can see he is uncomfortable. Mm-hmm. This is an individual who, as a scout from the Zinyi, has spent many years training himself to not display this kind of thing. But you can see this is something that, I mean, his defenses are down.
I can hear this all right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't need to try to eavesdrop.
He is speaking a common.
Okay.
Which also very unusual.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I could fly by and just return. I've done it many times before. And these things appeared, like dragons almost, but smaller. Out of nowhere, 5 of them, screeching through the sky, and I saw smoke, and I thought maybe I could lose them in that, so I flew in the direction of Guntir. I was able to lose them, not easily. They did pursue, but in the dark it seemed as if until they got to a certain distance they couldn't find me. So I landed. The sky is not safe over Guntir, and I mean, you can smell it. And you could hear them.
From here, at times.
I don't know what they're saying about Guntir, but it was burned from the inside.
There's a dragon there. This makes sense.
He turns and seems to consider this. It wasn't... I don't know how, but I think maybe this dragon, maybe something else, it managed to turn people from the inside.
Yes.
Ew.
I'm afraid it's gotten to one of my traveling companions as well. But
Not me.
You can
Not
see
me.
this kind of, and you would hear this, and there's Morwen turns around, a little bit less encumbered now. He turns,
not this one.
and you can see one of his eyes kind of is a little bit drooping down and very much cataract. He's probably blind in that eye. There are elements of the actual flesh that seem to have been mended, and you do remember now, Laura had said that she had healed Eric Okran's broken wings, but could not heal his spirit. And you're beginning to put together that was probably Krodik. His eye seems to regard you.
I'm blushing wildly.
I'm sorry, I know we've met before.
You remember?
What was your name?
I mean, this is like months ago, so that's fair.
This is Morwen.
I'm Morwen.
I remember now. You asked me for one of my feathers. And he kind of turns. Do you still have it?
Maybe. You're not gonna take it back, are you?
He looks at you just covering up this one part very, very conspicuously. And for the first time since you've entered this space, you can see just this faintest hint of like a little smile.
Freak it out. Freak it out. Freak it. I drop a plate. Oh, sorry.
Okay. The plates here are this beautiful fine pottery, very akin to China, gold rimmed around the edge. Very simple. but obviously something that is like a mastercrafted, much like many of the things here, and it shatters across the wood.
Oh, I'm sorry. I sweep it under a rug. So sorry.
You can see
sorry.
he recoils slightly.
I'll fix that later. I know someone who does mending. I know a guy.
It is okay. It is a curious thing to carry so far. This is not your companion that you spoke of.
No, it's not.
Which one?
Don't know if you recall the dwarf? The elderly dwarf.
Yes.
No one remembers him. No, I'm just kidding.
Having the dreams.
Yes.
Has he heard her?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Has he responded?
He's not been forthcoming in what he has interacted.
You need to be careful. I thought I could protect the people of the North. We all did. It's worse than that. Crick has abandoned us, and with him many of our skykin.
I heard.
Turns, and you can see, looking down at the ground now, beyond just sadness, brewing somewhere underneath all of this broken bird, this person who has gone through a lot since you last saw him. There's just the faintest elements of rage. And despite this fairly sad, calm exterior, you can see by his side with a good wing, his right fist is shaking. I don't know what I can do anymore. I don't know how I can help. But Shay, there is a war coming. And it's not one that we can win.
I know. I am at a loss for what to do first.
I'll help.
Turns. You're holding like the last pieces of broken plate now, and you're holding the carpet up. And, Morwen, I don't know how much of this you have been told. And he turns again bird-like, and his eye regards you.
Not much.
There are very big things at play here, and you could get hurt.
It's okay. I'll help.
He takes one step forward and then another.
Oh my god.
And he approaches you.
Oh my god.
Gets to within a foot, and though
close.
he doesn't smell terribly good, there are elements of that kind of musk that you've been smelling from the feather repeatedly, almost every night.
Oh my god, there's so much musk.
And that familiar scent kind of takes the space.
Oh, am I dreaming?
And he stoops down a little bit to be a little bit closer to your height.
Dear god.
And he takes one hand, which you can see very scarred and very tough. There are calluses there that a lot thicker than you would expect, but he runs a couple of fingers across your cheek. This is too dangerous for you.
Okay.
And he stands up again and turns back to you.
Croddick, I fear our path is taking us to Colteron. Anything you can tell me.
He turns again, and this time you can see the bits of light now cast darkness on his good eye, and you can see just the sort of milky white that remains. And half in darkness, he says, Shay, I don't know what path I must walk down. And I've always known. Deep down, I think Aira is confused too.
I think of a certain aisle he can walk down with me with the church bells.
Morwen's just behind him. You can see Morwen, who was kind of like this before, now just smiling off into darkness.
In a broader sense, upon returning, I couldn't tell you what my path is anymore either, but when the way is unclear, we must take the next step, the next right step.
Shay, have you spoken to Hylan?
Only briefly. I encountered her in, what was it, Culver's Bay. She was evasive at best.
She has always been a little bit more wild than the rest of us.
Yes.
But things that have happened now make me wonder, is there a different path? One that we have not seen?
It is the great burden of our kind, isn't it? To pursue the truth, whatever it is.
He sort of straightens up a little bit. I think for the first time, this is the burden of all of us now.
Yes. Has she spoken to you?
She did.
What did she say?
Hylan speaks of a ninth path. She speaks of a perversion of the rites that we go by. But the more that I think about them, the more I wonder if all of us, if everything that we have done, all of the hundreds of years that this monastery has stood, still brings us to a point of chaos. Maybe there is some sense in what Hylan's saying. Those who lose the war never think that they are on the wrong side.
But their story is never written, and their path never recorded.
He seems to consider this, and again turns, and you can see the good eye again.
The truth encompasses all, Croddick. It is not just one path or another. It is all paths.
Make a persuasion check.
I have no path.
You say that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. I forgot.
14.
He seems to consider both of these things. To you, he says, you should not go to Colteron. It is a place where all paths end, except for one. And she is a terrible thing.
Of this I'm aware.
How do we help our dwarf friend?
There's so much in play and nowhere is safe.
I know who he is.
If there is no action, there can be no further any path.
Then maybe it is the end. Maybe our story has been told. Maybe our quilt is done.
Perhaps so. I hope not.
He turns, kind of regards you again for 1 second. If the two of you are to go to Colteron, there are more than dragons there. There are things akin to giants. There are things that have dwelled within these halls and within these hills for some time. Legends and myths, now real. She has a way of turning anything intelligent to her side. I cannot state, Shay, how dangerous this person is.
Yes.
There are guards at the gate, at least 20. There is a giant with pieces of crystal jutting out from his skin. There are ballistae that are trained on that entrance. I see no path in.
Master Gamble may have a way.
Again, there's the faintest bit of a smile, but it is sad. There are things that even the masters can't do.
Of this, I have become all too aware recently.
What I can provide you about Kulturam, I have already told you. There are others who have seen more.
Who?
Crick.
He went there.
I believe so.
Obvious discomfort. He's unavailable to us now.
As I've said, I don't see a path into Kulturam.
What's so bad about this Crick guy? I can go talk to him. He doesn't know me.
He turns and just immediately straightens up a little bit. Crick is one of our most powerful warriors.
Well, we could just talk to the guy, right?
If it were so easy.
If anybody could speak to Crick, it would be Shay. But he is different. All of us are different. I don't know what's happening, Shay, but I don't know that I can help.
So what are you going to do?
He takes a couple steps away from you and is back now to you, facing out the window. He slumps a little bit more. I'm going to see what happens.
Are you going to wait and watch?
If the world truly is ending, watching won't be an option.
As your sister in arms, what side are you on?
He turns and looks over again at the staff nestled up against the wall. Generally, there's a winning and a losing side. I think we're all on the losing side.
I think you're very correct.
He turns his head. It's been some time since I've talked this much, and this has been a little bit draining. And he straightens up a little bit, if you wouldn't mind.
You should rest. We will take our leave.
And he seems to start to kind of walk back, and
I will not ask, but if you wish to take up a spear again, you are more than welcome to come with us.
continues to walk and enters again the half-light, half-dark space that he had been sitting in now, exposed to the light from the door that you'd opened. And kind of sits, and you can see the wings sort of fold up again. No response.
Give him kind of a bow and motion to Morwen.
I'm gonna walk up to him.
Okay.
I'm just gonna go, like, I produced the flower that I was told to give to him.
Make a
From out of your
just a straight charisma roll. So add your charisma modifier to this roll.
Oh wait, can I
Panache.
Panache
How many
to be
times
charming
how many
as
times
fuck?
can you do it a day?
It actually doesn't say.
Okay.
I think it's
It's just like
Uh,
I don't know.
It just
Yeah.
for a minute.
Go for
The
it.
effect
Why
lasts,
not?
yeah.
Yay!
Wonkin.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Wait, what am I rolling?
Just charisma.
Yeah, just charisma.
It's a 24.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my god,
Yeah,
it's so
alright.
charming.
AF.
He regards this, what looks like almost like an iron flower. Very much in the shape of kind of a tulip, something similar, elongated. And even as he regards it, you can see his eye narrow a little bit. He turns back to you, kind of looking over
What the hell?
Morwen's
She's
shoulder.
gone. It's my time. No, I'm just kidding.
And turns, and you can see in his expression worry. And then he turns back to you. And he takes this flower from your hand.
I'm just gonna. I say when I give to him, for what it's worth, I'm on your side.
The flower kind of withdraws into the wings, and you can see the metallic glints from the petals as he turns it, catching the sunlight, kind of go across the room.
No, I say, lose or win, I'm on your side.
Okay. And he twirls the flower, and it kind of disappears into his hand. You have traveled a long way.
Yeah, that's what I do.
And from this sort of hunched position, he stretches out a little bit, and you can hear his back crack as he does.
Oh, grass.
And he leans in very close and plants just a very soft kiss on your cheek.
I die inside.
I faint.
Onto the floor. You can see the wings kind of clench up, and he kind of darts back a little bit. A little bit of sound coming out.
Into the corner.
The wings, one of the wings, out to the side a little bit, and the other one kind of flutters and doesn't quite open. But he now kind of goes over and seems to be regarding you. What do you want to do?
I'm gonna walk up,
Leave me. Just leave me.
pat her cheek a little bit, see if she moves.
I don't know, how out am I? I genuinely faint.
Okay.
So.
Go ahead and make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Okay. And I hit my head, so I see a bunch of little Crotics flying
Okay,
around.
sure, why not?
No, you're fine.
Damn it! 18.
Your eyes flutter for a second as you hit the ground. You don't quite lose consciousness, but there is a moment where Crotic seems to stretch into two and then kind of start to rotate
that's
around a little
amazing.
bit. And your vision focuses, and you can see this concerned look. Are you okay?
Oh, yeah, I'm fine. What? How long's it been? I'm sorry. I just grab my other snow
Let's go.
suit and run out the door.
Okay. You run out this door, like the dun 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 from the wood transitioning to crunch, crunch, crunch in the snow
And do
very
like a little
quickly.
kid trip on the way out.
Yeah. Get back up. Yeah. Snow clinging
In
to the,
the
dark
fire.
fur. As you watch this, Crotic seems to kind of, his feathers like fluff up a little bit as this all happens. They slowly seem to smooth down.
I believe you've made her day.
When she had said before that she didn't have a path, does she know what she is saying?
Do I ever?
Only in what has been said to her.
By whom? By you?
No. Era, actually.
Kind of draws himself fully up. Era said that. He stands all the way up now. There is not much more that I can tell you. But maybe there is something to this place where all paths end. When are you going?
I couldn't say. There are still some things that I have to take care of in town. Perhaps tomorrow.
Just takes one step and then another over to the wall. For the first time in weeks, takes the spear off. And you can see dust just fall off of it. I'm ready to pick up the spear.
Yeah, he's gonna marry
Reach out.
me.
Do like one of the arm clasp kind of things.
Okay, and he clasps your arm
That's what it
again.
means in my mind.
Sky Sister,
It's kind
it has been a long time since we fought together. This may be our last time.
It could very well be.
It will be an honor.
It always has been.
Find me before we go.
Of course.
I will be ready.
Of course.
What you say will be. And you can see again the wing kind of half flutter.
Take care of yourself.
And you, Shay.
I will
And he
come
nods.
find you.
Okay. And you exit out into the snow. You can see maybe like 50 feet away, Morwen probably hyperventilating, covered in snow, holding one jacket, adorned in another.
You all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine. I think we're like dating. Wow. I didn't expect him to be so nice. You know, well, I knew, but you know, just didn't expect it to go so well. Where's our friends? I need to tell them the good news.
Heinrich was looking for Guntir. Perhaps we should see how that's
Yeah.
shaping up.
They'll be
Let's.
pissed if they're the last to know.
Guntir. As all this is happening, you make your way to the Court of Mystics, finding your way through a few more of these monks, and as you get to the actual court, you can see this dormitory-style building. There are a few people sitting along this thing. It's very tall, maybe 3 or 4 stories, and you can see a few elves, a few humans. There's actually one dwarf in that second sort of tier. There's a variety of different buildings around, and you've actually seen a place laid out in a fairly similar way, or you've seen drawings of it. Back in Mudtown, in the Alchemist Academy, or the Alchemist Association,
Yes.
there is a map.
Many years ago.
Many years ago, about like 120 or so. But you would remember there was a map. And this map charted out sort of this idealized building, this eventual thing that the Alchemist Association would try to become, although you now, having lived through it, know that it did not succeed. But they were trying to set up a new building which was set up to fully encompass the different schools of magic. Each point within the building representing a different school. And looking at this courtyard, it's set up in a very similar pattern. But looking around, where do you want to go? Or make a perception check. See what you see.
What do my eyes see? Dirty 20.
Sure. So from where you walk in, there's the dorms directly in front of you. Behind you is the building that you would not know, but that the rest of the group has gone down to. The archives of the lexicon. Beyond that, you can see there is a black building kind of rising up, a little taller than some of the others, shorter than the one directly across from it. No real idea what this does, but the stone is black. You can see beyond that, there seems to be, and really hard to see from this distance, but like pools of water that let off just little bits of steam. Beyond that, and kind of curving around now, you can see there is this weird misshapen sort of building. There are elements of it where stairs kind of wrap around the outside, and then you blink and the building looks different. You can see there are no stairs on the outside now. There's a tower central in the middle, and these sort of weird chains swinging around. And as you blink, it's a very flat building now, and strange sort of adobe-like structures. It is a weird building. But after considering that for a little bit, you can see that there are now the largest of the structures. This large tower, crystals adorning various points, rises up into a central crystal that would probably just fit within this room. Perhaps 15 feet tall. And this seems to float free of any kind of hold, just gently in the air, and it is turning slightly. Other than that, you also see in front of that there are 3 sort of smaller towers that seem to be red, green, and blue in their color scheme. But that is what you see spread out across this place
Okay.
with a dirty 20.
I think I'm gonna head towards what I take to be where Era is, which is probably the watery, steamy place.
Okay. The one that keeps changing, or the pools?
The pools.
Okay. Not very far, maybe 300 feet away. You walk over and you can see, at first looked like very natural, but you're seeing now seems to be shaped in a Zinyi character. But they appear to be just fed by a spring, and there's steam coming off of them. The water is crystal clear. And the bottom, which should be dirt, seems to be almost like very, very small pebbles that have been laid out to create a mosaic of almost like a pool liner.
Okay.
There's nobody around these pools.
This must not be the spot.
Keep walking.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to is it the black building?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna
So
go there next.
You go backwards and kind of head towards this black building. And getting to it, it is built in such a way so that it is all of the points of it. There's a lot of arches and like black metal sort of beams that everything else is anchored into. And they almost claw their way to the front and then come down to a point where there is a door. It is a single red door, the golden knob. What do you want to do?
That looks pretty important.
I'm gonna go up to the door and like check if it's unlocked first,
Okay.
and then I'm like poke my head in.
Sure. The door itself is unlocked, and you turn the knob. It goes free in the door. You pull the door open, and there is a very dark space inside, massive, and just sort of.
through.
Okay,
Just
so
like-
just peeping through, you can see it is massive. You do not
Going
see
in,
the
yeah.
ceiling. You don't see the walls. You can see there are candles burning throughout the space. Many, not dozens, maybe hundreds. But they go up and up and up into darkness where you can just see faint flickers and not the actual candles themselves. On the floor, you can see there's a variety of stone, I guess, kind of daises, just raised platforms, but only by a couple steps. And they seem to kind of dot the space. There are elements of arcane rituals that are kind of spread out across them. You see within the space only one moving figure. A little older, a little bit hunched, and they're kind of bent over what looks like some sort of ritual, maybe 50 feet in front of you.
Can I see how nice their clothes are right now?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to make out a lot of details. You would see that they are Zinyi. They're bluish, actually fairly similar to the robes that you're wearing.
Okay.
The only thing that is different is the patterns that you normally see in orange. These, as the light, the very, very faint bit of light that you can see near them, there are a couple of candles around this ritual. Flickers, you can see this orange is more metallic.
He's probably pretty. All right, I'm gonna discreetly take off the robes.
Okay. Make a stealth check because you're undressing in a doorway in the middle of the court of mystics. So it's a lot to die.
That's an 8.
Okay. You begin pulling your robes off, and elements of the robes get tangled into the bandages. And so you end up kind of like having to untangle it a little bit. And there's an element of time where you have the robe over your face and you can't really see very much. But as you pull it free, you come face to face with this older man. You can see he has a hunchback. It's not so much that he was bent over. He's not that tall.
Just kind of like.
But he has this bulging kind of area on the right side of his back. He has black hair that is a little greasy and kind of hangs down to this. He looks human, although his skin is very pale. And he smiles. You can see fairly yellow teeth, although they are quite straight. Yes.
Oh, excuse me. I'm here to see Era. Do you know where they might be?
And he like immediately sort of zooms into you.
I'm gonna zoom
Era?
Yes.
How curious that you would seek her here. Why have you come to the Black Hall?
Well, I've come with news with Shay.
I don't know who that is, but news.
She walks the path.
Her eyes furrow and she turns her head. We all walk the path.
Hers is a special path.
You're not from around here, are you?
No, I've brought gifts.
I give the robes. Say,
He's getting in too deep.
Finally crafted robes for you.
A little bit of a shake in the hand, snatches them out.
Could you please lead me to Era now? It would be rude of me to keep her waiting.
Gives you the robes back. You will need to find Era yourself. She does not frequent this place. One of the very few that she... her path is higher than this one.
Oh, this place seems pretty nice.
It has its uses.
What sort of uses are those?
Well, and you can see it. He straightens himself up, but there's still this big hump on his back, and he's trying to look a little bit more presentable. He's not doing a great job of it. Sort of combs this greasy hair a little bit back. It immediately kind of shifts slowly back to where it was. But this place has many uses. Are you a practitioner? Are you a practitioner?
Yes. I practitioner occasionally.
Well, did you come with friends? Do they know where you are?
Well, that's actually why I'm here. We were separated, and so I'm looking to meet with them as well as Era.
Oh,
So if you could just point me in that direction, I'll just be on my way.
but it's so sad. A lost dwarf all alone. Please come in and we can find Era together. You said your friends think you're lost.
Oh, you're about to get wifed or kidnapped.
No, I think they know where they are. I just don't know where they are. So they're not really lost so much as I have lost them, and I have an idea of where they'd probably be. But that's why I need to find Era.
Well, I am talented at many things. I could find your friends for you. Please come in. And as he says this, you can see the form becomes almost incorporeal and then into black smoke, and suddenly they are standing back at the altar that they came from. And from far away,
Don't know about that.
come find your friends.
Ew.
I don't think they're down there.
Can I intuit if this person is trying to lure me into a trap?
Make an insight check. That's literally what an insight check is for. Yeah, perfect.
Nope.
That's a stinky roll. That's a 10.
You know, Guntir, you've lived a pretty long time, and people have said terrible things about you.
Yeah.
And they're not necessarily true.
Yeah.
Not all of them. Sometimes. And so you wonder, this kind of misshapen creature with his large
Looks so
hunchback.
deceiving.
Yeah, I mean, clearly he knows magic. You just watched him become a shadow and teleport, so hard to tell. What you do kind of take in is that you would be alone with this individual in a very dark space. And as they smile, you can see they hold out a hand and they go, "Come, come. You don't want to keep your friends waiting."
I don't think they're down there.
They're not. But my way of finding them is...
What kind of way is that? You still didn't tell me what goes on in here. It's a lovely place, by the way.
I'm a visual teacher. Come
Well, I'm an oral learner, so if you could just speak it to me, then that would be much more preferable to my
Have you
tastes.
heard of scrying?
Oh, no.
Let's see it then.
Is it gonna hurt?
Not you.
Oh, okay. Oh, let's go then.
So you walk in.
Oh my god.
Fantastic.
Oh,
You
Jesus.
walk in, and as you do, there is
Well,
this...
that's it.
And the doors slam shut behind you. Or the door slams shut behind you.
Is,
This is how Guntir dies.
It doesn't work in the light.
oh, okay. All right, that's fine.
These are the black holes for a reason.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty dark in here now.
Come.
Can I still see in my dark vision?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, oh yeah.
Kind of
pretty-
gray tones, but
Yeah. It's like,
come.
alright.
You walk,
I'm
crossing.
keeping my guard up though.
Okay. You cross very warily, but as you do and you near this sort of altar, you can see there are a number of black candles that have been placed around what looks like a very complex series of arcane symbols that are very much lost upon you. They're, first of all, definitely arcane, but not in a way that you're familiar with, being a cleric. But as he sits down in front of this sort of thing, cross-legged, and you can hear the as he crosses his legs.
It happens to me too sometimes.
Come, sit on the other side.
Over here?
Yes.
Oh. Nice table.
It is a daze.
Oh, nice day.
And you sit down.
Yeah.
So, to complete this, I have, and he produces this, I don't know why I keep going she with this guy, this large sort of crystal ball, although it is chipped and cracked ever so slightly, and places it gently down, and it stays, it doesn't roll.
Okay.
I just need a little bit of, this seems very weird, but just a little bit of your blood, and I can find anybody you want.
That's pretty limited supply.
But the body is so wondrous, it generates more.
I don't know. Mine's, when you're 287, the reserves are running dry, if you know what I mean.
Oh, 287.
No, that was just a random number. I'm just approximating.
Just a little bit of blood is all. Just
Like a drop?
that's all I need.
What's it gonna do?
Find your friends. Isn't that why you came in here?
Generally, finding my friends doesn't involve me sacrificing my own blood.
Oh, sacrifice is such a strong word. It is an investment.
Not some sort of weird demon contract.
A demon contract. He looks around. What sort of place do you take this for?
I don't know, because you never answered my question. What are you doing here?
We practice a form of monastic tradition that is maybe misunderstood.
Oh, I'm misunderstood too.
So,
I'm gonna eye him one more time.
make an insight check.
What's he trying to do with my blood?
That's
11.
Okay. Scry.
Alright, I guess.
I mean, there are parts of it that are definitely... There's something else going on here for sure.
Yeah.
But part of you is unsure of whether or not it's just this kind of weird dude who, like, you've already kind of said, maybe looks can be deceiving, or if it's because something's really going on. Hard to tell.
Okay.
Fat Boy said, "Oh no, they are Mormons."
What's a drop, I guess. So what do I do? You just want me to like poke
Well,
my
if you
finger?
have some way of doing it yourself, feel free. But if not, and she pulls out this like long dagger that seems to have like a part kind of hollowed out from the middle. I can help. Do you want some help?
I'm good. I can handle this myself. I've done a bit of bleeding in my day. That's the reserves dry. So
I just saw his finger.
Oh, you haven't seen Matt's finger yet.
Yeah, the real finger gang
Yeah, it's
shit.
pretty rough.
It's real
No,
finger
I
gang
really-
shit.
It's really hot in here right now.
Yeah.
Real rough.
okay.
So I'm gonna take out one of my
So gross.
daggers
Okay.
and just kind of like
Little prick. As you prick the blood, you can see he just kind of.
Somebody had changed. Oh my god.
Really like
Tender
blood.
tummy.
It has a power. Just drop it in the circle.
Okay.
And it just seems to evaporate in the circle.
good.
And you can see now, all of a sudden, his expression changes. And you can see even the hump seems to deflate somewhat.
Oh, gross.
I'm afraid it didn't seem to work. You've made other deals before, apparently.
Yep. I mean, this whole economy up here
And the
is
door
based on deals.
Just opens, and you can see now light just hits you. Now, much brighter in the interior.
Well,
Aira has gone to see Master Gamble.
okay, so where's that?
Over by his workshop. The spell worked. He's by Master Gamble. Go.
Okay, thanks.
You can see now starting continues to do the ritual that they were attempting to do before, but now as you walk away you can hear them just kind of muttering.
Oh, what was your name?
Turns, and the head turns just a little too far. Not far enough to be immediately what the fuck is going on, but just a bit farther than it should. You can see it actually crests the hump slightly with the chin. Call me whatever you want,
All right, whatever you want.
but you aren't very useful to me.
Okay, well, thanks.
And then the door right in your face. Shut.
Weird guy.
So,
Okay.
I'm gonna head towards the workshop.
okay, you head in the
I
direction of
don't
Master
wanna
Gamble's
see
workshop.
if it changed it.
Heinrich,
Yeah.
you actually heading back in this direction have a chance to possibly see Guntir again.
Okay.
And actually, you know what?
You're not dressed in your clothes, so
Before I go back out of
Oh, wait, I don't
into
know,
the
I don't
courtyard where
know.
everyone is, I throw it on again.
So, you know how in our rules, if something happens?
you took your shit off.
Well, he could
back
be
on.
getting
Take it
dressed,
back.
and you could
Yeah.
catch him getting dressed.
Okay,
in all
fine.
Putting
fairness,
my, I'm putting it back on before I head across the courtyard.
Okay.
he's not a
He
discreet
slammed
dresser.
the door on me. I'm like, weird guy. Taking it out, putting it on, shuffling off.
As you guys roughly, it will end up being that you would see Guntir kind of cross and go. You're not quite where he is, but make a perception check because you are looking for him.
Yeah. Wah. Nope.
What was it?
It's below my passive 11.
Fair enough.
This is why Guntir thinks he's so sneaky.
It's because I'm the one looking
Well,
after
Guntir, you also don't see Heinrich. So you guys pass right by each other. It's like the part in the movie where there's two people looking for each other and one looks into a thing and the other person walks by them.
I think I
Yeah.
just
I mean,
forgot that
To be
Heinrich was looking.
to be
for me,
fair,
that I saw him
in all places that I've been, one inaccessible without guidance, the other being the workshop. That's probably where I would go because at least I also had that deal of climbing gear
Yeah.
shit. With,
Yeah, that's true.
with
And actually,
Gamble.
yeah, they had told you to go and meet them
Yeah.
before you took off. So
Yeah.
fair enough.
So I'd be heading in that direction.
Yeah, so you're trailing Guntir by
but
30
not
feet.
knowing that I'm
And
trailing.
you
him,
have
kind
no
of.
idea, but you're there is a moment where you're like, oh, I guess this guy's going to the workshop too, because he kind of goes by
Sure.
this tower of birds and
Yeah.
continues on this way. But other than that, not very remarkable. So we're gonna get back to that scene in a second. In the meantime, the two of you, where are you guys going?
We have to find our friends.
Yeah.
Where was Heinrich headed?
Into town to look for Guntir.
Should we just head into town? He stands out.
That's true.
Let's have a better idea.
No, I have things to do, but we should find them first.
Okay.
Okay. Shay, make a perception check.
I think I'm not good at that.
You guys walk up the small road that leads out of the groundswell cluster.
27.
27. And right as you crest the hill, you catch the very tips of Heinrich's antlers kind of vanish over the horizon in the direction of Gamble's workshop.
Well, that's convenient. Back to the workshop.
Okay.
There's not a lot of tieflings here, and so, and he has very distinctive features. In fact, you've only ever seen one tiefling that is not Heinrich like that, and it was carved into a relief in the caverns of Tessara's temple.
Tega's house.
The Katega.
No, wasn't the other person that drowned on our first ship? Wasn't she a
Suntine?
tiefling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, Suntine, wasn't she?
Suntine was a tiefling, yeah,
Yeah.
until,
See,
you, until you
I
guys killed
remember
her.
Suntine.
She's not a
You
tiefling anymore.
guys.
Until Heinrich killed her.
That's
Yeah.
Anyways,
could have worked. Could have worked.
But Guntir's the bad guy.
Usually.
anyways, the two of you following. So this is how it works. Guntir, you arrive at the workshop.
Okay.
You can see large doorway, almost barn-style doorways that are open. You can see that there are stairs that go around either side and up into what looks like on the left a water tower, and on the right some kind of a building that seems to have these buckets just kind of going out of it and circling on this pulley system. There's smoke coming out, and you can smell, especially you being so familiar with metals and rocks, and you can smell iron being smelted, but there's something weird about it, like something's being added to it. And it's not an unpleasant smell. The closest thing that you could think of is like some variant of steel, maybe. It's hard to tell. But there's some kind of crazy crafting stuff going on here. And as this happens, just the kind of like the crunch, 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 and Heinrich just walks right by you and into the workshop that you have been previously. You enter the space warmer than the outside, cavernous, rising up into stairs and metal grates and platforms. And you can actually hear Master Gamble, who is just kind of tottering around talking to himself. But you can hear that he is working on something.
Mm-hmm.
At this point, the two of you would come up and make a perception check, because you're coming up to this a monk that you don't recognize. Not that you recognize every monk.
Mine is a 21.
21.
Also 21.
Okay. The two of you see this weird-looking figure clad in full Zinni garb, although the garb itself is very new, and of a pattern that you're not terribly familiar with. It looks just a little strange. Morwen, you notice that this monk,
Really well dressed.
yeah, really well dressed, but also there's elements of the arms and everything. I mean, you've slept with Guntir many nights, and so like this very distinctive kind of silhouette.
I know him very
You're like,
well.
is this Guntir? And sort of as you draw close,
I'm
both
just
of you
gonna-
would kind of turn and look, and you can see this is beard tucked into the robes, but otherwise totally dressed out in Zinyi clothing.
I had my disguise kit too.
Yeah, but I mean,
You're not now.
you're
Just
not.
drop it.
It's hard to disguise you, first of all, and second of all, they know you very well, and they
Guntir.
rolled really high.
I don't look.
You can ignore
I'm
me
glad you didn't
all
leave
you
us.
want.
Hello?
Oh, are you speaking to me?
Yeah, there's no other Guntir around.
Guntir,
What is a Guntir?
you can play act all you want.
I don't know what
Come
you're
inside.
talking about. I was just going to. Are you here to see Gamble as well?
This is really happening.
You've never.
Are
This
you
is
saying
really
this
happening.
because you thought that we abandoned you?
You never
I
mentioned
didn't.
Gamble to Guntir, so.
By chance, where did you learn that name?
Oh, it's from Gamble himself. I was just over in the black halls.
Would I overhear this as well?
You know what? Yeah, from where you are,
Yeah.
just barely. But also, you see, as Gunter is like doing this, you can see like the blue lightning
Yeah.
bolt tattoos that are like slowly
turn around.
overtaking him, and very clearly Gunter.
I turn around.
And you now
like,
see Morwen and Shay flanking
Yeah.
this person who's just kind of shivering in. But
I'm
even
just
from
gonna be like-
that sort of like movement, you're
Yeah.
like, oh, that's Gunter.
Yeah. And I just like walk right up and I just rip the hood off. I'm like, Guntir.
And you can see beard still tucked into the robe, but he's full face out now.
Guntir,
You
what,
must be mistaken.
what were you trying to do?
Nothing.
Really? Really?
You guys were being jerks.
If you're done insulting my homeland, you can
Hey,
come
wait,
get
whoa,
snow.
wait a
You
second.
no words.
You-
So,
Guntir, you're in.
If
you're
you're done
put
you're a
words in
guest
my
here.
mouth.
Insulting
Hey.
my home.
I was coming here.
Guntir,
This
you're.
place is exquisite. I said so. Look at all the crafts. You don't think I don't like this place, but I'm tired. And you were being mean, and you punched me in the face. And
All of this is deserved.
Furthermore, I'm thinking ahead. None of you are thinking ahead. You keep saying, no, Guntir,
so
no,
drunk.
Guntir, we're gonna go
You smell tobacco.
eventually.
And casting your glance up as you smell this, you can see smiling from about 50 feet up, about 45 feet up, on this platform, Gamble's face. You can see the pipe held out all the way to the side, also resting on the platform. But he just is smiling and taking this all in.
You know,
Because this is echoing throughout this building.
there's a reason why I'm not trying to. I want to know what's going on, but I can't let you know that I know what's going on because then she's in my head. She'll know what's going on.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think ahead.
What?
Fair enough. No,
Yeah.
I follow. I
Yeah.
follow.
So, you know,
I mean, that's fine, but
always being mean to Guntir, who is suffering.
If you're done, I was going to say please come in so that you can perhaps...
And I
come
brought
to help.
gifts.
From the top, all of a sudden there's this blur of movement, this shape, and then landing down like superhero landing. You can hear like a little crack from his knee because it didn't roll great, but Gamble just lands, utilizing the limited amount of monastic ability he does have. He doesn't hurt himself, but you can see it wasn't like a comfortable landing.
It's like a Guntir landing.
Kind of shakes his leg out a little bit as he gets up and taps the pipe against his leg, little bits of ash coming out. And as he begins to refill it, he turns and looks at you. First looks at you and smiles. Shay. And who are you? I've met everybody here except for...
I am Guntir.
This is your your third companion.
I see my reputation precedes me.
Shay didn't mention much about you, and he holds out this. And now that you're seeing it, he holds out this pipe. It is the entire length of his arm. It goes up in curves, and the head is almost photorealistic. This beautiful marble relief of a like a wizard's face, very distinct. You can see there are arcane carvings into the pipe itself. He draws in long and lets out this very sweet, pungent, aromatic tobacco smoke.
Lovely aroma.
Ah, thank you. I think so too.
I'm gonna take out my finely crafted wooden pipe
Okay.
and like,
Mind if I join you?
Where did you get that pipe?
I got this.
as I'm like,
With pipe leaf?
yeah, filling it with like just the last pinch of pipe leaf
Okay.
and a little bit of tobacco on top of that.
This was back in Port Quinn some time ago. Finely crafted, indeed.
There is a Zinyi in Port Quinn.
I believe he got it off a dwarf.
Indeed.
Oh, well, it is of a very old Zinyi design. Much older than you. But that is quite nice.
Thank you.
Your pipe, your tobacco is different smelling. I've never smelled anything like that before.
It's a bit old. I've had it for a while, you know.
Might I try it?
Sure.
And he sort of reaches into a pouch and he pulls out a little tuft of this kind of damp, it's brown but has like tinges of red tobacco. And he holds it out. We trade here. And he takes a little bit and
Thank you.
he smokes from this pipe. And he pulls in long because he's used to a tobacco pipe. Okay. And as he exhales little bits of smoke coming out of his nose and his mouth, his eyes open up a little bit more than they typically do. The wrinkle lines from the smile is kind of fading a little bit into the skin.
He's feeling good.
This is quite nice. Shay, you should bring your friends by more often.
I was
Had the
telling her
time.
that. Unfortunately, we have urgent business to discuss.
Oh,
I've-
of course.
I
I've
get
been
him
looking
high and
for
talk about
Era.
important stuff.
Era, yes.
Shay has told me very little. I worry about her.
Well, Shay is something of an only child.
It appears her path may be one of violence and anger.
He turns and kind of regards you and then smiles. Shay carries Era's fleetness. in all things, in decision making, and what were we talking about again?
So Era's like Shay.
Yes, Era did raise Shay. Shay, Era's here. Please
Wonderful.
come. We've prepared a few things for your travels.
Perfect.
Although we didn't pack any rations, and I'm feeling very hungry.
Say no more.
I take out a little bit of some of my old. That's weird.
Oh
The old month's rations that I have.
Okay, you produce,
I take,
pulling
like, a
through
little
all
bit
of your
of
stuff.
the-
Yeah.
It's like, I guess, like a Cliff Bar or something.
Okay, you pull it out, and there is like little bits of lint and dust on it.
Or
You
just
can brush
like
them off.
Nature Valley bars, but
Yeah.
it's just the
You can
crumbs.
see
Yeah, it's just
Master Gamble.
pulverized.
Yeah, Master Gamble kind of squints at that, but you can see his hand almost like reflexively goes to his stomach. I guess a bite couldn't hurt, and he takes it and
Also from Port Quinn.
kind of like has to chew through it a little bit, and it's not so much a crunch as like a soft break off of it, and he gives it back to you. It's good. It's not very good.
It's not.
And he pulls
I
out
ain't
a
on my
leather,
bacon.
a scrap of leather, and kind of like very politely puts
I'm
it.
gonna grab, which is already like right on top of my jerky bag.
Okay, and as you're doing that, he turns. Hi, Shay.
Yes.
Ah,
Gamble, you said Era's here.
yes, would you like to see Era?
Yes, please.
And he turns to go up the stairs. What?
Guntir.
Jerky.
Oh, that's like a dried meat.
Yes.
Rips off a piece. And tough, but good. Very good. What was your name again?
Guntir.
Guntir. I like Guntir. I'm very glad you
like
brought
you
all your
too.
companions here.
Say, Gamble.
Yes.
I've been having trouble sleeping on account of the business in Colteram.
Oh, kind scale.
You
Yes.
got anything for that?
To help you sleep through that?
Yeah, and also to like deal with the thing in Colteram.
Perhaps. I did overhear you say something about being a bit of a craftsman.
I do dabble.
Come with me. I believe we're going to go see Era. And he turns again. And, oh, Shay. We're going to go see Era now. You are just in time. Morwen, good to see you again. And Heinrich, a pleasure always.
Of course.
Please follow me. And he goes, and you can see as he goes up the stairs, he kind of misses the first step. And, oh, this is very different tobacco.
It takes a moment to get used to it.
Yes,
It's the
I'm learning, but I feel good.
floral aromas.
I feel quite good. Follow me. And he now successfully climbs the stairs. You guys go up kind of a spiral staircase and onto this large platform workstation with tools strewn all about it. Gunter, for the first time, you going into the space, you can see there are different levels kind of set up with different kind of crafts going on. And the smell that you had smelled before now, you see the source, this massive forge in the middle. Not forge, but this massive vat of molten metal that is spilling out into a trough that goes down, is being formed into ingots. This is not iron. This is not steel. This is a metal that you are unfamiliar with. Although it is, in some way, there is iron involved with it. But as it cools, you can see it has this strange, almost blue sort of cast to it. And now you can see coming up, all of a sudden your attention pulled away to this mountain elf. Very serene face, but it borders on stern. You can see as she turns, she glances over
Over at
all of
Shay.
you. And as she goes over to Shay, you can see a little bit of a softening in the expression, but then it kind of resumes, and you can see they match very much in their expression.
I have a chill down my spine.
You can see Era begin to nod to Gamble, and Gamble walks right by her and goes up and begins to shuffle around through this large, almost like an industrial bookcase full of just different things, little gadgets and knickknacks. And Era turns, Master Gamble.
He's met Gunter. I say it's in you.
And she turns and looks at you. Make a we'll call it just a flat charisma check here.
That's a 7.
Okay. Turns back to you. I see.
Is this the one I mentioned?
And you can hear clang. Something like clangs down as Gamble throws it over. Guntir,
Hello.
you are clearly somebody who values crafts with a pipe such as that, and I see you glancing about our workshop.
Indeed.
There's no gift I can give to somebody who can create.
I've brought gifts.
And I take out. I'm gonna give him Bernal's lenses. I'm trying to get rid of
Okay.
those forever.
Sure. Make a persuasion check at advantage.
All right.
All's lenses, huh?
That's a 14.
Okay. He takes one of the lenses and, smiling, just kind of holds it up. There's nothing written on it, but it's different. This is not one of ours. And he holds it up to his eye.
I came upon them in my travels with Shay.
Fascinating. He places it very gingerly in a pocket on these these crafter's leathers that he's wearing. This is a great gift. Well, let me give you what I was going to give you, and then I will find something else. He pulls out this leather satchel, and you can see already there are all manners of tools and small pouches for little bits and bobs. And it's old, and you actually would recognize this. He's upgraded it several times since, but this is Gamble's first Tinkerer's set. There are elements of it that have been replaced over time, but this leather satchel has traveled with him it went to Colteron with him, and he's had it for a long time. It's also real high. And so he turns to you and hands you a Tinkerer's kit. This is something that I used long ago, hundreds of years ago, to begin my path as a master artisan. And if you are interested in such crafts, I think this will serve you well. But you have given me another great gift, and let me find something else for you.
I got more gifts if you want them.
He turns, and you can see now, Era the whole time has been waiting very patiently, but you can see she hasn't changed much, but you feel she's kind of running out of patience. One sec, let me, one thing at a time, one trade at a time. I could really use some more food, though. And he turns and begins to go back, and he's now shuffling around looking for something else.
Pull out another piece of
Meanwhile-
jerky while he's going over.
You gonna say something? Okay. Era, looking over all of you. I believe you had a task to undertake, and we are wasting time. So please, Master Gamble, and you can see he's holding what looks like a sort of like a metallic whip, and he places it down. Yes, Era. And Era kind of gives him a look, and he goes, I'm sorry, I let myself wander again, but I just feel so good. And she turns
That's
again
because
to
the
Guntir.
gift.
Shay, Heinrich, and Morwen, you've all requested things to help you. So, we've gathered a few things. And she pulls out this fairly ornate leather backpack, although you would see it as kind of just like but just beautiful tooling. The leather itself soft and supple, and you can see there are like leather cords that have been woven into it to create the Zinni characters. They're not tooled in. Very complex design, but she opens it, and within, she begins to pull things out. She pulls out 3 potions of health. 2 potions of health and 1 potion of greater healing. You can see there is about 200 feet of rope coiled into 2 different sections. There are 3 sets of climbing gear.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah. There is what looks like probably about 2 weeks worth of rations, although Shay, you're the only one that can identify them because they are the utilitarian rations that are brought by the mystics to meditation. They will sustain you.
Not great.
No.
Oh no.
It is like the host that you get at church.
Yep.
You know, like styrofoam, but it is edible and it is packed in there. And within it, there's also what looks like folded very, very neatly, just a simple cloak. And she places it all back in as she explains each thing. From what you've said, I hope that this helps. We did find one other thing. We had thought about how we might get you on your way. You could return the way that you came, which is my suggestion. Perhaps even descending the path of triumph and learning along the way. As I said, though you've done well, there are always better ways to teach.
Yes.
And Gamble pipes up now. But I had a different idea. And it is a bit radical, and I think it will work. But, 1 second, let me find this in my notes, because this is something I can't do off the top of my head. Ah, yes. Shay, do you remember? You probably wouldn't. You were so young. But about 21 years ago now, and he looks at Era, and Era gives him an expression that is, for all of you, she doesn't seem to do anything. For you, you can tell it is annoyance. It is a little bit of like, I remember this, but about 21 years ago, I decided, I was trying to create something that would let those of us who cannot fly, a flight machine. And so I made this very lightweight metal carapace, sort of, and always attempted to get it to fly. We got it to fall pretty slowly.
That sounds good.
But about 10 years or so ago, I gave up on this project. But the Iron Hawk is still somewhere back behind the workshop, and we could repurpose it. I think now, putting my mind to it, and also knowing some of the things that you are all capable of, I think you might be able to use it to descend the mountain very quickly.
I like that. That sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, I mean,
The sooner the better.
Era now
mean-
from back there sighs and says, Master Gamble, perhaps they would like to see this craft.
yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Why don't you show us what you got?
And you can see Gamble getting visibly excited. Oh, please come with me. And immediately starts to descend the stairs. Do you all follow?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. You follow him out, and he goes, and actually, you guys go through the back of the workshop. You go through large vats of like boiling metal. You can see molten to the point that it's actually agitated, and like there are like little droplets of molten metal going off, and you can see the two dwarves that are working this particular station not terribly fazed by it. You would recognize them as Coltram dwarves. But as you pass through this and you go out to a back door, much smaller, and as you open it, you can see you are in like a snow-covered junkyard. There are just elements of metal that have been twisted and shaped. There are what looks like sculptures in some places that are kind of rising up in spirals, but never finished. You can see just mounds of what looks like junk. But beyond all of that, and very large, you can see this. So it looks like almost like a metal flying saucer, lightweight, definitely for metal, but you can see it has like stayed in this one spot for a long time, and the ground itself, more than the snow, has begun to kind of swallow it. You can see there are tattered across the frame several torn pieces of leather and rope. There are bits of like twisted iron near the top. The frame itself as a whole looks slightly bent, but Gamble is looking at it very proudly. And he says, I wish I'd finished this.
Yeah.
But we could. And very easily, I think, using some kind of a sail or several sails, it would take... 1. I seem to be having some trouble counting.
It's 4. We're 4 people.
So, perfect. You only need 3.
Oh.
And, you know, it's more of a controlled fall than a flight. But it would get you down...
That's the
I
way they
think
were
we could
going.
probably do it in about 8 minutes.
8 minutes to get to Coltaram.
Just to get to the ground, and then from there you could go through the Bone Meadow and get to Coltaram in about a day and a half, pretty easily. Much quicker than the steps.
Well, that sounds nice.
An arrow from behind says, also much more dangerous.
Yeah. I'm not so sure about the look
I
of
don't
this
know
thing.
if Shay told you, but Danger's my middle name.
Shay did not.
Well, Danger's my middle name.
And what is your last name? I know Guntir and Danger.
He's got the same condition afflicting Gamble right
Before
now.
you lie to me, please know that I will know.
I don't know.
He's kind of made of them.
Someone told me it was old before.
That would have been your first.
Make a deception check.
I mean, it's not false.
You.
Someone did call me.
That's
Guntir
true,
old.
but you also do know your last name.
That's true, but that's probably not good enough. But 16, probably not good enough. This person seems like
She just stares at you.
extra Shay.
I'm waiting.
I'm just gonna go closer and inspect the ship.
Kind of walk up to Gunter a little bit. It's easier just to be honest the first time. I kind of keep walking off.
It is now you and Era alone as the rest of them go off to examine with Master Gamble, who's actually kind of already over there.
Gamble, wait a second.
She turns now, her body fully facing you. Very serene, her hands clasped together, her back straight. But you can't help but feel a little bit menaced by this individual. She's taller than you, but beyond that, you can see now close up these freckles that you'd seen, not freckles, but actually maybe like little scars. Intricate patterns, but too small for you to really make out details. You can see her hair kind of back, revealing very well-defined trapezoids and shoulder muscles that kind of disappear into the mystic's garb. Though this might be a practitioner of magic, the monks here don't take the physical fitness part lightly. Even those who don't practice maybe combat. She's pretty jacked. And her hands clasped, you can see she is just staring at you. I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear.
I'm gonna get real close.
Oh, God.
She inclines her head slightly at that.
It's been a while since I, you know.
I will tell you something now.
Okay.
Shay is very important to me.
Oh, you know, it's funny you should say that because I was telling Gamble I am worried about Shay.
You shouldn't worry about Shay. But if anything happens to her, you should be very worried about me. I believe your path calls you. And she gestures to Gamble and the rest of the group.
So you don't have anything to help me with my sleep, huh? I'm gonna go see Gamble.
You should. And you go over to the group.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
So while
Gamble's
this
so much
exchange is
cooler.
happening, the three of you begin to examine this structure. However, because it is 10:30, and I keep running late into the break because it's been real fun.
It's also like hard to pick a
you're-
point.
Before we go,
I
I
know.
am keeping like one like half eye
I
on the
assumed.
conversation, but
Um,
just to say for the record.
But we're going to take our break now. It is 10:33. We'll be back at 10:45. 10:45. We'll see you then. Hi, everybody. Welcome back to Adventures in Alberon, our 5th edition Dungeons & Dragons campaign. Tina will be rejoining us shortly. Allie may or may not be. She's not feeling that great, but we'll see. Her true love has already called her back once. Perhaps I can do it again. Sorry, I just ate a mint right before we came in, and it's really intense. If you ever want the most intense throat lozenge ever,
Yeah.
Fisherman's Friend. They're not a sponsor, but they're sponsoring my fresh breath right now. It's just like pure menthol. All right, so thank you for the welcome back, and welcome back, Tina.
Yes.
Okay, so when we left off, you guys out examining this thing. You can see now this large frame is almost like UFO-like in structure, and it comes up to these points that seem as if they were designed to hook something, and you can see like canvas and other materials that have probably been tried and failed, kind of burnt, ripped, or torn, and still kind of hanging on areas. And Gamble looks up at it. Yeah, well, I never really finished it, but I always hoped one day, and maybe today is the day.
Like, a little elbow grease, I'll fix this right up.
Mending.
Okay. You mend it, and there is this kind of this very small, as like a little bit of the metal like creaks over. You can see Gamble look up and go, "That was a nice trick. It will take a little more than that to fix this thing. In not fix, it's fine as it is, but we need
Are
to."
you sure? It doesn't. I mean, no offense, but have you taken this down the mountain before?
Oh, down the whole mountain? No.
Okay.
We dropped it off a 50-foot fall, and everybody survived.
Hey!
It's a little bit longer than that to get to the bottom of the mountain, though.
Well, I think we would have found it, but I did abandon the project about 13 years ago.
It's quite a long time for this to be sitting here. Are you certain we would survive this? Because if you're not, I'm starting to think.
I mean, you guys are going to Cold Taram. Are you certain you'll survive that?
No, but at
And yet
least
we're walking
He's got a
right in.
point.
that's
so-
the goal more than dying on the way.
This.
There
Trust
also
me.
will be 5 of us on our departure.
This
Wait,
is
what?
true.
Yes.
Wait, is this true? Why? What do
Coming
you
with
mean?
us, Gamble?
Yeah.
I wasn't
Wait,
planning
what?
on it.
You probably.
I'm not really much of a fighter, and I would prefer not
What
to
do you
go
mean
to
by
Cold
5 of
Taram.
us?
That makes sense. I don't think any of us really want
An
to.
old friend will be joining us.
Do we know this person?
You've met him.
Okay.
Is
I have no idea. Shay, who are you talking about?
Croddick.
You got Croddick to join you. Have you talked to him yet?
Yes, we went to go see him.
And he's joining you?
Yes,
think the-
so he says.
Well,
Bird person.
that's marvelous. I don't know how you managed to do that. He's been in his home for almost 2 weeks.
Yes, through sheer force of will, I suppose.
Well, let him know. We will think of something. We'll find a way for him to fly again. But marvelous work, Shay. I'm proud of you.
Believe the credit goes to Morwen.
He turns to Morwen, who at this moment kind of shrinks back into her snowsuit.
Of course. Yeah.
Give a little wave. And he looks and smiles. Well, Morwen, thank you. It has been a long time since we've had a tabaxi grace triumph, and I am glad that you came. If you helped Croddick, thank you. Anyways, Heinrich, I would have gotten this thing to fly. I know how to do it. I know how to make it work. The problem is, it is a complicated machine. There are going to be 3 sails, and you will need to dynamically adjust them as you descend to catch the buffeting winds of the Ishi Mountain. And it won't be easy, but will you survive? Probably.
I mean, we've done crazier things, I suppose. Let's at least
how probably is it?
Well,
less that and more. How much long would it take to get this thing working again?
Oh, we could have it done in probably about 3 hours. It's just a matter of trying to stretch sails across this.
And the
As I said,
condition of the whole thing itself, the ship,
It'll
I
wobble,
suppose.
but the shape is fine. It won't land nicely.
We'll fix it
Well,
up.
if we don't need to bring it back, I suppose that's...
I'll help you with this.
You know, it's
this thing. We'll fix it up nice and quick.
this thing. It was at a time my proudest work, but I think I abandoned this to help a different bird fly.
Sure.
And so,
Was it Shay?
if it, he turns and looks at Shay for a moment. If it gets left at the bottom of the hill or the mountain, that's fine. The hill, 15,000 foot hill.
Yeah.
If it gets left at the bottom, that is fine. I've done other things that I am now much more proud of.
Okay.
And you would notice he's not making any eye contact with you, and because he is a little bit stoned, he's like not really good at disguising that. He's definitely talking about you. Anyways, if this is agreeable, then I can get this set up. You will need essentially somebody at the front to pilot it, and then a starboard operator, a port operator, and then if you wanted to, somebody you could watch where you're going, so that you could land in a relatively controlled fashion.
That's probably a good idea. Okay. I mean, sure. If you two want to get to work, that's fine.
Lead the way, I guess.
It's fascinating. I haven't had help on this project in a long time. Come,
I'm
Guntir.
just gonna be like, hey, you just
Shay,
gotta,
let's just-
shape this up there.
If he's-
Your guidance. Okay.
If he stays busy, Shay, then we can catch up on wherever you were, what you learned.
Yes.
If he's busy on a task, he can't really distract himself.
Yes.
From directly over your shoulder, now having approached silently, Era says, I will watch him.
Yes. I fear that may be best.
Do I feel her presence? The ice.
She's not looking at you yet.
I bet I feel it though.
Ever since you had that brief
Two
interaction
Shays
with her,
here.
you are constantly aware of where she is. Yeah.
She's
Yeah,
worse.
she's extra shy.
Worse is not fair.
That's not fair. That's
Worse for Guntir.
worse for you.
Yeah, that's objectively true.
Anything worse for Guntir is better for everyone else.
Anyhow, so you and Gamble take some time. He shows you how to stretch these sails across, and as he does, he pulls away like these ripped remains of other kind of sails made out of heavier materials. The stuff that he's using is almost like canvas, although it has layers of paraffin that have been kind of put across it and welded into it, so it is waterproof and would probably withstand wind a little bit better. And you can see as he begins to place this together, this really might work. I mean, the way that he's using these sails is really almost like rudders, and you're going to basically use these two sides to adjust and not, hopefully, topple end over end to your death. With the addition of somebody piloting it, you imagine it is very doable.
How large are the rudders?
Like the sails?
Yeah, the sails.
And they're triangularly shaped on the sides, so they do form almost like wings.
Okay.
From the area that they connect to the chassis and to the very tip, probably about 18 feet.
What if you were to extend the flappers? What is the technical term for those things that
For
we're
these,
putting on?
well, I was thinking wings because it's called the Iron Hawk.
Ah, that's fitting.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
So tell me how this works, so that
So, it is quite
we get
ingenious,
there
really.
without.
The pilot, and you can see now this operator's seat has 3 pedals on it and 2 sort of levers. The pilot will sit up here.
Okay.
The levers control the rate of descent, and this lever, and he shows you one on the right, would control the ascent, but we haven't quite figured that out yet. And then if you look over here, and he points to the right and then the left, this is very much like your airline instructor kind of thing happening. The starboard operator and the port operator will sit in either of these and adjust the flaps on the wings to match the pilot's description of where you need to go. You are somewhat responsible for adjusting to the gusts and You need people who are somewhat dexterous to do this job.
And how do we start?
Oh, we'll push you off.
We should probably add some more.
Okay. What are you adding more of?
Like, make the wings longer,
Okay.
and I want to really check these wings out. And be like, what is this?
So
how
as
is
you-
this? How is
as
this sail
you-
gonna keep us this metal hunk up?
Sure. As you say this, you see Gamble's face, his eyes a little red, like a little bloodshot now. He smiles and says, "Well, let me show you.
Please do.
Take out your Tinkerer's kit." And Gunter, go ahead and make a Tinkerer's check. So roll.
Ooh.
You're adding your proficiency modifier now, as well as your dexterity modifier.
Okay. So my proficiency modifier. Ooh, that's an 18.
So you take out this set of tools that Gamble has gifted you, and you he begins to show you the different elements of this kit, all the different tools and the components that he keeps within these outside sort of pouches, and you begin to work together on elongating the chassis a little bit, making it have somewhat of a tail for this hawk. And you're ending up with something that looks a lot more like a plane than it did before.
Hey.
You're imagining now, and as you begin to talk, it's almost like Gamble takes over, and you say, maybe if you elongate this, and Gamble goes,
Make
yes,
it more like a bird.
we can actually make it sail this way as opposed to falling. This is a great idea.
Yeah, I mean, still don't know
Perhaps if
how
we,
I feel
and he,
about the pushing.
begins to kind of slot in, and this adds about an hour onto your time, and so as you finish this, it is going to be about 6 o'clock.
Oh.
But as you stand away, you can see now what looks a little bit like a really shitty plane. There is a tail now that has like actual metal elements that you imagine will certainly stabilize your flight. You can see now the rudder, this whole position, one of those levers has been taken away to add in sort of like a it's really more of like a cutout hole with like a very clear looking membrane on it. But it would serve as a window, and that's going to give you a benefit to your navigation for sure.
Hey.
And you can see now on the ends of these wings, they have been reinforced, so they will not snap off at the first wind that comes along.
Hey.
All in all, you're pretty pleased with what you've done. And Gamble also seems pretty happy, and the high seems to be wearing off. And he looks around and says, "This is great work, Gunter.
Oh, thanks. I just
I do have something else
a
for
little
you too.
dabble.
Let's go fetch your friends, and I will give you your gift in the meantime as well.
All right.
Come with me." And he takes out his pipe and he begins to pack it.
Passing
Early.
Another gift from me to you.
Tamps it into the pipe, and he begins to pull in on it. At this moment, you guys have all headed away.
Uh-huh.
What are you doing? You have about 3 hours of this happening.
Uh-huh.
So we can fast forward, or if you guys have other business to attend to, you certainly may.
I mean, my only intention was just to get caught up on what you learned from Kraddock, who had actually been to Holteram.
Take a walk with me.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're doing.
I'm making my way to Crick's house,
Okay.
but not directly.
Okay.
We're just kind of wandering a little bit. But
As you walk and you talk with Heinrich, your feet find familiar paths. You walk through and around the day market. You walk. 1 second. You walk actually within eyesight of the Frostmare, although actually, very strangely, the lights are off. And for the first time in a very long time, it looks as if it's closed. You can see as you continue your walk and you begin to talk a little bit about the creatures that Kraddock told you about. You can see the what's called the I think it's called a spring soup. This soup kitchen, unbelievably good aromas like umami flavor and kind of fresh herbs and elements of some kind of a fowl that has been sacrificed for this meal. Drifting off, and you kind of wander around across the street and into what is called the One second here. The Chizu cluster. The houses here all very tall, very narrow, almost as if the base 2 floors of it really just serve as like a pillar, and then it flares out at the top. And many of these houses are empty. Many of them have doors open, and you can see within them there are elements of furniture, but many of the belongings have been packed. And after walking for just a bit, you come around an area where there is a well, 2 stories, a little bigger on the bottom, and you can see there is a large table that Era had referred to as the war table, but a gathering place for several of the member of your guard. But the belongings again gone.
I assume through the whole trek, like I'd recap
Yeah,
the
you're
whole
catching up,
thing
walking
with
and talking.
Croddock.
Mm-hmm.
And then upon getting to the house, I'd fall silent. I just kind of look at it for a minute.
Looks kind of abandoned around here. I mean, it makes sense with all the things going on. It's still kind of sad.
More than you know. I believe I referenced to you that my people are at war with each other.
Right. And from what everyone here, who's left at least, has been talking about, I can gather that the other side has a lot more members.
And as you stand there, you do feel this wind go across,
Yeah.
elements of snow drifting by your feet, and it is quiet here.
Mm-hmm.
I believe I've referenced their leader,
Yeah, what was the name again?
Hylon.
Hylon, right. It's kind of mad in a way.
In a way, she seems coherent at times, I suppose. But the things she says are off. They're
I mean, affected? Had it been prior to the kind scale arrival that this was happening?
her attack on our kind was before the star, I believe. I could be wrong, or maybe just after.
Hmm.
It was maybe 6 months ago now.
So it's only been basically recent, I guess. This isn't something that that this person has shown their entire life.
No,
Okay.
it was sudden. It took us all by surprise.
And so that's
And
okay. So what are we? Where are we right now? Anyways, what are we doing in this exact location? Are we looking for?
This is the home of the Master of the Guard, or what would have been.
Mm,
He's left now.
joined her side.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
To note, if Era was my mother, this was my father.
Kind of clear my throat uncomfortably, having not really known that figure in my life. Be like, yes. I imagine that would be very important. Obviously.
It's conflicting.
Right. Well, what Croddock had said about the other side potentially making sense, I mean, is there any truth in that? Is there any way that we could
It's.
gain strength to take down our ultimate goal from them?
Oh, I'm sure you could. However, I don't get the sense that this is a path that tolerates openness.
How do you mean?
A variety of thought. It seems very close-minded, which is not a traditional Zinni trait.
Mm.
I don't know what their purpose is. Hylan was not forthcoming, and Era's being elusive as well. I fear she knows more than she's letting on. But
Era.
they were friends. Did I not mention?
Well. I mean, then what would... Is she on their side? Or why wouldn't she let on more? Why wouldn't she provide help for something?
It is.
Clearly you would be trying to, fix these problems. Why wouldn't she help you help her?
You may call it a fault, but it is a very Zinyu trait to decide for oneself what is what's right and what is what's wrong. And what is true and what is not. And one person's truth is not always the same for another.
That I've lived. I know that much. Well...
And in a
What-
very traditional Zinyu fashion, they are both leaving it very open for interpretation.
Right.
It's about as Zinni as Civil War. And you're beginning to learn some of the complexities of this.
Yeah.
It seems very much as if Shay's mother and father figures are on opposite sides of this battle.
Well, yeah, I mean, that much for sure. Well, what... I'm at a loss, honestly. I find myself on top of the tallest mountain, the farthest, maybe not farthest anymore, away I've been from home, with this threat of impending doom of the world, and still no clear idea of what my role is in it. And I wish that there was
The
some
sense,
grasp of a goal that I could hang on to.
the sense that I have gotten. It seems as though something grips the mind of my fellow
It just,
former
all
members.
things point to
If
kind scale.
the Tower of the Mind is here,
Do we even need to go to Culturon then? If
we
it's
need to
here
deal
in
with
the
dragon,
depths.
we need to deal with the crystal. The piece of star
that is not here, most likely over there.
is most likely in the dragon's grasp.
Right. If only we had someone who could sneak in and retrieve it, and then we wouldn't even need to fight. There was the mention of the secret entrance.
At this moment, from behind you,
Yeah.
you hear, I could do it. And
Morwen's
there.
been following us. Of
Yep.
course she's been following
Sure,
us.
real high.
And I just, okay, of course she's here. Of course you're here, Morwen. All right.
What do you mean, of course I'm here? I would never sneak up on anyone. And she
Yeah.
turns her ponytail, flishing out to the side. She,
course.
again, noted she's kind of like this. Like,
Yeah. It's like the,
Yeah.
Right. Well, planning.
The clearest sense in my mind is to take care of the dragon and the star.
Right.
And hopefully everything else will eventually resolve itself.
That's the
Or
biggest
we
threat.
can tackle it after that.
That would be the biggest threat immediately.
What
The
would be the
ultimate
biggest
goal, the dragon. And then the ultimate
Well,
goal would be the...
star and then the dragon. But
Okay,
yes, continue.
right. But the star we can't access. I mean, wait. Star being the piece? Yeah,
I bet
exactly.
Crota could access the star. He's coming with us, by the way.
That's right, yes.
Not that
I don't...
I care at all about that.
No, yeah, or not that you were listening in and we were already talking about that either. That's fine. It's very good. Never mind.
What?
Why not? Why not? If only there was a way to just shut Gunter's mind off so she could stop accessing it, because he's right
That is
in
the
that-
other issue.
in that he is an unwilling spy of hers at this point. As far as I could gather, what he talked to me about when you guys were resting was that she and he are communicating, and it's just getting worse the more she can open it. So
As he said, if he responded.
he had, yes. Well, I think, at least as far as he could tell me while he was very drunk, but it seems to be a pretty strong grasp. I couldn't imagine that it's a one-way conversation at this point. But in my mind, Star away from the dragon, if we don't have to fight it, that we don't have to fight it. And then the pillar could be something I don't even know. What Bernal was able to use it, maybe there's a way to do that.
When you say Bernal, you can see Morwen's for the little bits that you can see kind of
Yeah.
puff up a little bit.
Yeah, we all hate the guy, obviously. Maybe not even him, though, the way he spoke. Now that I'm thinking about it, maybe it's not a good idea to try to use the pillar. Wouldn't even know how to begin with that one.
You met him then, I did not. I couldn't say.
It was strange. He spoke in multiple voices, and, well, it wasn't him speaking. Something was communicating through him. It self-referenced its host as being this wizard, so I don't think we would have the ability to control whatever would come out of the pillar if we tried to use it. Either way.
Not, but if we control all the pieces, then... it's
The
hard to
staff, you mean?
manipulate. Well, yes, but... didn't you say something about the equipment, the pieces that were there with Bernal when we opened it?
Right, there was the chain that we had retrieved from that tomb that was out of the space that it should have been. And then the... what was it again? Was it the lens? I don't remember genuinely.
So you'd remember the
Staff
righteous chain.
was-
Yeah, the
which
righteous
you had
chain.
actually retrieved from...
Oh, no, it was a
Staff
wand or something?
It was a staff.
It was a staff, okay.
Yeah, pure white staff.
Yeah.
Seemed to be almost crystalline at the top and then
Uh-huh.
into sort of a white wood at the bottom.
Yeah.
But you don't recognize the staff. You did recognize the righteous chain.
Right, 'cause we
the powerful
had that in our-
artifact as one of the things in those two sort of receptacles outside of the pillar.
Right.
It seems
I would
like-
describe that staff and be like, now that I'm thinking about it, do you even know what the what was the name of the
the
staff?
Staff of
Twisted Fates, yeah. Do you even know of its description, or is it just referenced? Could it have been that?
From what you've heard, the Staff of Twisted Fates, it looks fairly complicated. What Heinrich describes doesn't really match up any of the descriptions. However, worth noting,
It was a
there are
staff.
many descriptions of the Staff of Twisted Fates. It's an iconic, legendary thing.
Right.
And so, and maybe even not even real, it seems, until very recently. So, hard to tell.
It's more of a legend than anything. I can
Wow.
cite several different references, and I'm not even that scholarly.
Right, right. Well, why did you mention the artifacts?
It just seems that there's more than one key involved. If we control all the keys, it's hard for it to open.
What could possibly be the keys to this place? At least maybe and I kind of like gesture to the. Are you wearing the necklace thing? Yeah, I'd be like, maybe that being. I don't know.
Likely not, as it was sealed in a reliquary that's probably something else. There is something in it.
What? Yeah. Useful.
Someone,
Some.
perhaps.
Right. Well, if Kind Scale is as adept at controlling the mind from afar, it is possible that she already has some of these keys, possibly? Maybe?
It also seems as though you're the only one who possibly stands a chance.
In terms of my ability to, inability to sleep.
Potentially both Morwen and I could be compromised as well.
And you're not at this point, correct?
Unless at this moment, no.
Okay. Seems like we should still rush to Culturam, even though I'm starting to think of other things to be doing. If we could get there and at least get the shard, maybe while gathering that, we could find out other useful things.
Well, yeah, that gamble guy said we can get there really quick, right?
Day and a half after we fall, if we survive that part.
We'll be fine. I always land on my feet.
And you seem to have trouble yeah, you're good at falling too. And apparently I can only cut a short distance off the fall. Well, why we're here? Why did you walk here anyways? Was there something you needed from this area? It seems that Culturam still remains the destination. If anyone knows of, or if you know anyone who would know maybe the secret entrance to Culturam, I'd not.
It would be gamble.
It would be, yeah. Maybe find that information out.
I came here, one,
To-
to provide you some context,
yeah.
and to hopefully give you some insight as to some of the decisions I may have to make in the future.
That's fair. I appreciate that. It's not often you lower your guard, and I mean, I trust you more than I did before, but I appreciate that.
I also came to see what was left, if anything. And with that, I'm going to walk into the house.
Okay. For the first time in a good number of months, you walk into what was a very familiar place. But there is that feeling of being in a place that you don't belong. Crick, for all of his care, is a very martial monk, very martial-minded, very strict in certain ways. And so very much there's a feeling that you're creeping into a forbidden place. But there's also a bit of disappointment. This is very barren. You can see just a bare, large table with a number of chairs around it. You can see in front of that there is like a large set of drawers, although most are open and kind of empty. In front of that, what looks like maybe you would actually know this is it's a map of Alberon. You would see that there are the stairs that lead to the second floor. Make a perception check, or make an investigation check if you're really looking around.
Better perception. Perception or investigation?
Investigation.
18.
Okay.
Still not bad.
You don't find much on the first floor.
Could have been a 28.
Yeah. All right, yeah.
You walk up the stairs, the familiar third step from the top creaking under your foot, even the light weight that you have. And you would remember in your much younger years, certain times you would take great pains to avoid that step. It was hard to sneak out of this house, but not impossible. And getting up to the top floor before the sort of roost-like structure, the room that you would have stayed in on your left, sort of this, what would have been a bedroom, but is now kind of like a storage space on the right. Which one are you looking in?
I mean, I'm kind of going through as much as what's left as possible.
You go through the storage room, you look, it's almost entirely empty. You find a couple of nails that have been pried loose, probably a box that had been in there for a long time, opened, and then transported out. Not a lot. And you go across the hall and into the room that you once spent quite a few nights. And you look around, and this is a room that is really familiar to you. You do know that there is a loose floorboard, and you pry it open. There is a very simple carving from a much younger Shay. But other than that, not much, and you replace it. And you sort of straighten up, and as you do, there is something out of place that catches your eye as you kind of straighten your head and look up. In the single rafter that runs across the span where that ornate wooden sign would be if this were a shop or something else, you can see elements of fresh wood.
How high up is it?
It's all the way on the roof, so on the second floor, only about 10, 11 feet.
I'm going up to it.
Okay. You jump and kind of grab onto this beam, one swift motion, and then as you hold on, you can now bring yourself at eyesight, and you can see the little bits of fresh wood, almost like sawdust still clinging to a carving. And there is a message there written in Zinni. It is coded in a way, although not one that other people would understand. This is Crick. And his message, with all of the little coding and flowery elements aside, boils down to Shay. This will be hard for you to understand. Aera will not tell you, nor will Hylan, and nor will I. I know that you won't listen, but please, find a path that brings you away from here. That's all it says. You let go?
No.
Just very light landing on the wood.
He says I should leave.
Seems like that's what we have to do then. I mean, if we were heading out already.
Not just leave, but get away, escape, run.
Are we in
Not be here.
Are we in danger? Is that
We're always in danger.
well? Okay.
You should know that she's going to say that.
I know.
Morwen's still in there. You should know that she's going to say that. She says that every time.
Yeah. That's
Not that I listened or anything.
true.
Just kind of looks
The
away.
war between my people will come to a head sooner or later,
Well,
and anyone caught in the middle, and those on the smaller side, will likely die.
well then let's get out of here. Don't want that to happen to me.
Easy for you to say.
Yeah. I
They're not your people.
exactly. Got nothing to say. I wish I could provide support, but it sounds... If you had a side that you had to pick, obviously I would join that one.
I don't know enough. I can't pick a side.
Well, let's maybe give it time and go do the thing we have to do, and
Which is why I say let's go to Colderon.
yeah, so
It's a
let's...
clear objective.
Exactly, and I would very much like that, and hopefully we could
Let's go.
encounter the Watch on the way so I could learn more about the fuck's going on with me too. There might be a lot of things that we could learn if we head towards the goal.
There are a lot of things.
So where are we going?
Back to the falling
Let's-
device.
Okay.
Go check in, and I feel like we should stay the night tonight.
Yes, I also
Okay,
had
take
a
off the
small task. Someone in town just kind of helped me out, and I gotta help them out now. It's kind of, I feel compelled. I'm gonna go just. Do you know? And you haven't been here in a while. You probably wouldn't know anyone the name Sabrine.
Here.
Do you know anyone named Sabrine? Apparently she and two sisters.
Nope.
Yeah,
But you have heard of Two Sisters.
and they run the Unwound Tapestry, I think it's called.
Tapestry Unwoven.
That was close.
Yeah.
I probably would have said that too.
Yeah, Tapestry Unwoven. And you know that is the Giabalt sisters. But there are two of them. They're twins.
I know of them. I don't know them personally.
Okay. They had a younger sister? Did they have a younger sister?
Would I know them?
Not that you know.
Huh.
I know they run the cloth shop, the textile shop.
They're two fairly
Weird.
heavy-set women. That's probably all that you would really know about them.
That's very strange that they would have a third sister. Okay. Curious.
I mean, it's a village shop. It's not one I frequent very often. Most of my textiles come from the monastery.
Right. There seems to be some sort of underlying thing going on in this town.
And you'll find that's true with anywhere, but yes, there's
Yeah, but specifically with this
underlying things.
person and other people and that tiefling at the Frostmare, some sort of like side hustle thing maybe with money exchanging, and I don't know. But secrets now with whole things of, the whole thing with people's minds being kind of controlled makes me kind of worry. Something going unchecked like that. Maybe I'm thinking too big. I don't know. I'm gonna just brush it off for now. I'm still gonna go like try to find that person tonight while I'm not sleeping.
Well, I thought we were leaving today.
We should probably.
That's what that gamble guy said.
Yeah, we should probably not jump off the mountain at night. Can't really see. Wait till the day. Give you guys some more rest too, before we leave and go back into the wilderness. Probably be a little bit of a
She's
wise
just
idea.
staring off and smiling.
Anyways, that's what I think we're gonna do. So that's what we're. I
You
think
can see your
that's a good
hand is
idea.
like kind of just like petting something.
Yeah.
inside of her.
Yeah. All right. So I guess back to.
Okay. You guys head back in the direction of Guntir. Guntir, in the meantime, you walk into the workshop with Gamble, Master Gamble, and Master Gamble brings you back to his workstation, ascending the metal grated stairs. So, Guntir,
Yeah.
you're going on a very dangerous mission, and nobody is committed to this plan yet, and it is getting dark. If you do end up walking the steps of triumph, it's about 2.5 days down. But worry not, there are natural places to rest, plateaus, although they are very cold.
Yeah,
And
but the
you-
dreams, you know how?
Well, unfortunately, the dreams are something that I cannot help.
Yeah.
But what I can do is give you a secure place to sleep, at least. Look at this. And he goes and pulls off this little metal cube. You can see a variety of different sort of facets to it. It's like a bunch of scrap iron that's been welded together, but the cube itself almost perfect. Probably about 3 inches on a side. And he presents it to you. Just don't open it indoors, please.
How do you open it?
Follow me. And he, kind of intuiting what you're going to do, leads you down the graded steps, clang, 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 down, and then through and outside into the now darkening sky. So this is a sort of like a home that you can bring with you, a mobile home, sort of. And what you can do is place it on the ground where you wish it for it to form. And when you speak the right word, it will expand into a 20 by 20 foot, like a house, sort of.
What happens if you're in it when you speak it again?
I've never tried that. I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay.
It gets really small really fast, and the dwarvish body isn't quite designed for that.
No.
And you can see how small it is, so I imagine bits of you would come out the side.
It's a good
Like
trap
noodles.
for later.
I still am quite hungry.
Oh.
The piece of
Okay, takes the jerky and happily kind of bites into it.
Oh, this is pretty good. Thanks.
Yes. And so it does provide you some protection from both physical and magical means.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think it will keep prying eyes out, but, you know, a rogue spell or two, I'm sure it could handle.
Okay. You think it's not going to help with the dragon, though?
I mean, it's more to keep you safe on your travel there.
Okay. Well, thanks, Gamble. Here, you know what? I got a bunch of wyvern stuff. You could probably tinker something.
What do you mean wyvern stuff?
I'm gonna like just pull out this probably pretty large sack of wyvern bits.
So wrapped up in the actual hide of the wyvern, you place several bits of it, and you kind
You
of,
get, like the
and then
scales,
unfold it.
the chest plate, the Godzilla spines,
And it
the
kind of just oozes out
wing
onto the
leather.
table,
Oh God.
and Gamble looks at it and
Cleaned
that's,
off.
I really wish you'd clean that more thoroughly. But yes, this is actually wonderful components.
Mostly the peasants helped.
What, the peasants?
In the forest on the way up.
I'm sure you went to
Tiefling,
one of the
Lara,
communities.
you know?
Tiefling. Did
Yeah.
you happen to go through the... you are a fascinating character. I have not met somebody quite like you in all of my years, and there's been many.
Yeah.
But,
There's only one Guntir.
well, I've actually
that's-
met several, but
Well, they don't count.
anyway, what I was trying to say before. Did you happen to go through the frost line on your way here? You said you mentioned a
The what?
tiefling. The frost line. It's a large expanse of woods. It's right where you can find the permanent line of frost and the rest of Dominion. It's very closely tied to the Feywild, and so all manner of dangerous creatures roam. But there is a tiefling that lives there.
There's a reason we didn't go through there.
That sounds kind of familiar. We didn't meet any tieflings.
Well, I'm not really sure what tiefling you mean, but
I was talking about a furball.
well, you said tiefling.
Oh, it's a furball, didn't I?
So
Lara.
Laura,
Lara!
yes, you are in Smuggler's Dug.
Oh, yeah, Smuggler's Dung.
Quite a clever lot they are. They've hidden
Yeah,
themselves well.
Smuggler's Dung. That was a good place. She was pretty nice.
She is.
Yeah.
It has been some time since
Got a
I've seen
good
her.
night's sleep there. That's the last time I had a good night's sleep.
Interesting.
It's
Well,
been a while.
you may want to try.
It's been like a year and a half.
There are manners of magic. Era would know more about it than me. I'm a builder.
What's she like?
Era?
Yeah, like what
She just like
kind of
looks at
stuff
you
is
hard.
she like?
I mean, and she's like not that far away. She's maybe like 100 feet away. So you're whispering it to him? He doesn't whisper back, but he doesn't speak super loudly. Era is... To understand the Xin Yi, you really need no more than to talk to Era. She is highly spiritual. She is strict and can be quick to anger, as you've seen.
Yeah, just like Shay.
Well, Shay has had a tough life, and to be honest, it makes me very happy to see her find company.
Yeah.
She's really only had one or two friends, and
Henrik and Morwen.
oh, before them,
Oh,
she.
Chronic.
Yes,
Chronic and the purple girl.
I don't know
Yeah.
the purple girl, but maybe a furball.
She had your stuff, but purple.
Crafting leathers.
No, the monk stuff.
Oh, I
Like
really only
like
work
mine,
for
but
us.
purple.
That is unfortunately probably no longer a friend, but similar in ways.
Yeah, she was pretty. They both hit me a lot.
Well,
Hence, she's friend.
Shay carries with her Era's temper. Era, her fury is quiet, but it is quite tangible.
Really quiet over there.
Shay's is also quiet, but a bit more direct.
Okay.
Era's just staring at you. You just see on her face just,
Hey, what do you think about using the leather from the wyvern and reinforcing the wings with that? You know, use the wings for the wings.
that it would take some time, but yes, that would be great. This is very specifically not actually your traditional wyvern. This is a cold scale wyvern. It's adapted for these climates. It's fascinating. They are not from. They're traditionally found to the north, but recently they've made their way here, and I would imagine these would basically windproof those sails. If you could give me a day or two, I could probably do it. What say you, Guntir?
I'm trying to math it like, if it takes 2 or 3, then that's like 3 days. And if we just go there, it takes like 3 days, but then we have to walk. Far? Why don't I'll leave him here, and when we
It's
get
about
back,
this time that you guys would arrive. And so you can see now Era just standing serenely but very noticeably staring right at Guntir.
Well, yeah.
And you can see Gamble and Guntir now engaged in a discussion. You also see the Iron Hawk significantly improved. This craft, while still a little bent and maybe not aesthetically the most pleasing craft, it is very functional. You can see there have been these canvas sails treated with some kind of a material stretched across, and it's now much more elongated and looks very much like you would imagine a bird would look from the top. Wings spread out in this long kind of torso that has been very hastily but sturdily lengthened to create a little bit more of an aerodynamic shape. And you can see that Guntir and Master Gamble have done some pretty good work. You also smell very faintly pipe leaf, as if in the recent past it has been combusted. And you see Gamble is, very, very, he's a happy guy. He's not jolly necessarily, and right now he is. But Era, with everything that's happened, she has been invaluable. Our leader at the moment, the listener, has been unavailable, and Era has taken on all of that responsibility. She has taken on the responsibility that Crick carried. There is a lot on her shoulders right now.
I've pretty decidedly stopped, right next to Era, and we're giving the exact same expression.
Turn back and just twinned expression.
Okay, well, looks like everyone's here now.
How
about
about... And he calls over to you.
how about I leave all this wyvern stuff for you to tinker with?
Well, if you are
And
sure.
when we come back, if you've got something useful for the cause, then, we'll reinforce the wings. We'll bring it back, because it's going to work. I believe in you.
Oh, it absolutely will.
That's why
Especially
I'm
with
not-
all of these improvements.
Yeah, it looks
The
pretty
tail was
good.
ingenious.
I'm gonna slap it again, mending.
As you slap it, you hear somewhere like a little clink, something falls off, but you do see the slight, little, almost imperceptible dimple in the metal just pop out. Gamble doesn't seem to notice it, actually. But he's turning and now addressing you. Shay, look what we've done.
That's beautiful.
And he comes over, kind of
not
pulling
bad.
on this fresh bit of tobacco. It's regular tobacco, but you smell like little bits of pipe leaf as if maybe the bowl were cleared and then not quite repacked. I don't know if that's what you call it on a pipe. That's a lot of information about me. But
mouth?
you guys now, you guys all
Mouth
now,
could work.
you guys all now congregate into this junkyard-like space in the back of Gamble's workshop. What do you want to do?
Pretty nice, huh?
That's a
Gamble.
word for it.
Yes.
How much do you know about Colteram? Have you been
Yes, I know quite a bit. I lived there for some years.
in the Undercity, I think it's called?
The Undercity, yes.
Do you know it well? Not implying anything about your character. We don't need to go there.
Well-
or about geography.
Geography is the wrong word. The Undercity was designed as a way to protect the rest of Colteram should there be some kind of a catastrophic flood. You see, the River of Colors runs right by. But over time, how do I put this? Colteram is a very dwarvish place. Those who find themselves of a different ilk have found other places to live, the Undercity being one of them. And so a number of structures have sprouted up, and it is not as organized as the other rings, and so it is a veritable warren of shifting paths and complicated truces. It's not a terribly safe place to traverse, but given the alternative,
Or just the environment even now, nowhere in there is safe, so that's not really the... What I mean to ask more specifically is secret entrance.
there is talk of secret entrances. We did use a system of tunnels called the Rat Tunnels that we were able to procure supplies that
Sure.
otherwise would be difficult to come by if you are not of a dwarven nature.
Right. Do you know any that lead in from outside?
I know of one. I fear it will not be terribly helpful to you.
Why is that?
Shay, you remember the rat tunnels that I told you about? Well, there is an entrance that I do know of. you might be able to reach it a little bit easier than your compatriots. With some of the gear that we've assembled, perhaps you could get there as well. The issue is this entrance, this tunnel, it's located almost directly above the main entrance. You can find the path. It is hard to see from below, but not impossible. It is quite easy to see from above, which is perhaps difficult. But that is a way. Within the Undercity itself, there are many openings to that network of tunnels. So perhaps you will not need to traverse the entirety of the Undercity.
Trying to get it undetected, that wouldn't be the... Doesn't sound like the best bet.
Well, it depends. It depends on who you want to be detected by.
Well, given the anchor that Kindscale has in you, maybe it would be best if you, well, I don't know. Maybe if it would be best if we actually, and I'm like, let's talk.
I see your point. Guntir, I'm sure you understand. Just excuse us for one moment.
Oh, yeah.
And they step off to the side. While this is happening, Era has turned to you, and in Zinyi, she begins to speak. Shay,
Can I discreetly?
make a stealth check. Okay, yeah, make a stealth check. And what do you state as a verbal component to the spell?
No.
Okay.
What?
What is your stealth check?
What?
That's
Not good.
8.
You cast tongues. And as you do so, Era has just said, Shay. And as you incline your head in a respectful manner, suddenly Era's face just snaps around. It focuses directly on Guntir. Listening is impolite.
Ah,
Eavesdropping even more so.
I'll just...
You don't understand anything that they just said because
No.
they just spoke in Zinni and
But all of a
Guntir
sudden
just
Guntir
responded to it
in
and then
Zinni,
walked
yeah.
over.
I'm gonna go work on the
Morwen, go
hawk
Go
a
help-
little more.
help Guntir be busy.
Gonna take out the tinker's
Okay.
tools.
Goes with Guntir.
I'm just gonna make-
just kind of like
Yeah.
hitting something.
Okay, Guntir
Morwen's-
is now holding
Morwen's
a
like-
hammer and just hitting a pile of snow.
I would imagine that if I could
No,
for
the-
a sec, if I could for a sec,
Rolled an 8 for
I
this
imagine Morwen would also go over and start banging shit really loudly,
Oh, no.
like next
She
to
kind of
him.
turns to Guntir
I
and
got
looks
Like
at
sees what you're doing exactly, like
I'm going
mimicking
back.
it, just
I'm-
being.
Okay.
I'm like, I'm going to work on the
Okay.
the bird. I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna go over here now and leave.
Morwen accompanies you as you do
I'm not
so.
trying anymore. I'm not trying to listen in. I'm sorry.
Era turns back to you. Shay. This is a strange group of individuals that you find yourself with. And normally, I wouldn't say that I approve.
Yes. Don't know that I approved either.
The last months have taught me that many of the assumptions that I have made in the past may not be accurate. As you go, be mindful of Heinrich. I think he can help a great deal. But I think he is also the biggest danger amongst you. The dwarf. He is an extension of something much bigger than he understands.
In a positive manner? Or
No.
not? I feared as much.
Many years ago, Kindscale walked this planet. Walked across Dominion, walked across the north. There are many tales about her then I don't know what to believe. In the end of the Age of Dragons, there were only two. Kinescale and the Black Terror to the east. And Kinescale was not a large dragon. There is something very wrong with her. And I do not know what it is. But as long as your friend remains an unwitting spy, you will be in grave danger.
Yes.
And that is not something that I can allow. And she begins to walk off. Guntir, as you are just banging on this bird, Morwen just kind of watching you, a little bit confused.
I'm gonna like hand her a screwdriver or whatever.
She takes it by the wrong end and starts using the handle.
No. Flip it over.
Oh.
You do this to that,
And then you just hear as she just is scraping metal against metal like this.
Yeah, close enough. Just, yeah.
And you
I'm gonna take it away.
feel Aira's presence behind you.
Mm-hmm.
like,
Oh, I was just gonna say how wonderful hosts that Gamble and Era have been. Isn't that
She
right?
puts a hand on your head.
Uh,
Are you going to resist this? I
Maybe
feel
like-
something happening.
I'm like, hello.
Okay. Go ahead and make a... Give me 1 second. I'll look up the spell. Because I was not expecting to use this. Go ahead and make for me a wisdom saving throw.
Oh, jeez. That's probably not good enough. Is this an attack roll?
It is not.
That's a 11.
Okay. Guntir, as she lays her hand on you, you feel very stoned. The air around you gets a little warmer, and you can feel your motions feel a little bit more
take
fluid.
the ring off.
And this hand on your head, it is the only thing that's anchoring you to reality. And so you concentrate on it as hard as you can. And Shay, you hear Aira say, Guntir, there never was a dragon. A long, long time ago, you had a nightmare. About smoke, about fire, but nothing more.
but that was like last night.
And Guntir, all of a sudden, you realize there never was a dragon. You don't remember a dragon. It was just a bad dream about smoke and about fire. And as Aira takes her hand away and finishes casting Modify Memory, you don't remember anything about a dragon. There's weird parts of your memory that don't make sense, but you shake it off pretty quick because that's not that uncommon for you.
Hey, Gamble.
Yes.
Wait, he's with me.
Oh, sorry. Yep. Sorry.
Ah!
It's right now you, Morwen, and Aira, and then have you followed?
Oh, hey, I was just saying how hospitable Era and Gamble have been. Isn't that right?
Yes, Guntir, and we've been so happy to have you.
Hey,
Gamble at this point is looking kind of confused, but he's following Aira's lead. Yes, Guntir, it has been lovely to
I
have
got you a gift.
I don't think I've moved, but I'm watching.
you. Okay.
I'm going through all these. I'm gonna hand her the hemp bead necklace.
She looks down at it
What?
and smiles and takes it. This is it is a nice gift, Guntir.
Oh, and
I'm gonna take off the robe, the monk's robes.
You okay?
I'm like,
you know, one of the girls in the village made this. She's pretty good, huh?
For the first time, you do see kind of a curious expression across her face. What girl in the village made this? And she takes it.
She was real good at doing that. You should, bring her up here. I was actually thinking she could help Gamble out, maybe.
Wait, so you said that Gamble was there, so I assume we both kind of turned around as this was happening? Is it fair to do that?
Gamble wasn't there. You
Okay.
corrected me on that.
All right,
So,
all right. I was gonna say because I would like to interject on that.
I mean, if you guys are done talking, it makes sense that you would be walking back to this place.
Sure,
so.
and I guess if you want to send me secrets about whatever he would tell me.
I mean, all he's basically going to tell you is a rough way. I mean, I'll give you a rough map that he can draw for you.
Yeah. Let's
about the entrance to the Undercity that he is aware of.
Okay.
It's not terribly dangerous to get into.
Right.
It will take you another 6 hours to walk around that part of the mountain to where it is. But yeah, he tells you where it is and a way that you could traverse. He doesn't know what it's going to be like.
Oh, that's fine. Just more like another option. That's all.
Yeah. And so you gain that as an option for sure.
And we would come back as I'm seeing this thing happen to Guntir, and then
Yes.
that interaction happens.
And then, so Era would, again, seems to be examining the seams on this.
Guntir, you said another. Were you at the?
What? I didn't say anything to you.
No, but were you? This is kind of curious. You were at the thread store.
Well, after I was rudely attacked.
You're at the Tapestry Unwoven.
Right. Is that where you got that from?
Maybe. I don't know.
I will have to have a talk with the Geobald sisters. They are not supposed to be finishing things. Nor did I know that they could.
No.
Is there a third?
It was, I think,
A third
sister?
No, it is
no.
Youngest.
the Geobald twins are 2.
it's 2.
Then who
twins.
would also be
It was
there
probably-
and is
Guntir, Heinrich is speaking.
who would be, if anyone, a younger person working there?
To my knowledge, no. What was that sound?
I don't know why he's telling you to shut up, but what do you know, Guntir?
Nothing. Just,
Okay, well then.
I found these, actually.
What? Okay,
So you-
regardless.
They were given.
I think we talked about lying.
No,
Regardless of whatever Gunter's trying to get up to, and him.
She's very focused on Guntir now.
Yeah. Why would there be a
Gave
third?
this to you.
one of the villages.
Gunter, this could actually be a
I
little
don't
more
know,
serious
I didn't
than
ask
just.
her name.
Who cares about how you're implied in this? Your personal gain and loss in this is
I'm telling you all I know.
If
One of the
there's a-
villages in the village. Yeah, help me out.
I'm now concerned that there are people who do not belong here, but going with what you said about something and
Nice.
are there spies here?
Very likely.
Could it be possible
I'm
that
thinking back, could she have been a spy? She seemed so nice.
Make an insight check.
It's likely even that we've been followed till now.
yeah, I mean I'm used to that
16?
gesturing over to Morwen.
Though
But
we
it's-
have made many pains to keep this place safe, we are spread thin, and so it is possible.
Right, and those that may seek to
Well, I
cause
thought she
harm
could be
are familiar
useful
with this
for you.
place in and of itself. They're from here, so they would know how to get here and go by undetected. Possibly, if that's even.
I thought
A war on many fronts, maybe.
the
We
twins
are
seemed
good at
kind of
being
rude.
unseen.
Yeah.
She could be useful, I thought, because,
Could you describe her, please?
she was a girl, kind of young looking, younger than the 2 twins, I guess. I'm actually trying to remember. I don't.
Make a history check at disadvantage because you were a bad student.
Well, that's not a great one. That's a 5.
Neither you nor Era really get much out of this. It's not any description that you guys know.
I thought she seemed pretty nice.
It might be worth noting.
Who did you meet?
Someone named.
Did I read
Cybrine?
anything from the inside?
Someone
check?
named Cybrine. She said that her sisters were involved in something that she needed help with. Was very non-disclosing about it. I shook her hand and she seemed to take that as you're doing something for me, which I just took as tradition of your kind if you shake an agreement to trade or whatever it is that you do here, the bartering system. Does any of this sound foreign?
No, yes, all of it is foreign.
Okay, so then who was that person, and maybe we should
Well, I
seek
think
them
we
out.
gotta find out.
You said you shook their hand.
Yeah,
Did you make a deal?
Sounds like you made a deal.
not on purpose, but it sounds like possibly. I asked
What-
her for where Guntir was, because I
Exactly.
gathered that he had been around the village, and apparently he got this cloak from her,
Pretty good craftsmanship, I thought.
and
What did you
pointed,
give
pointed me in the
this
direction.
woman for this cloak? Guntir, it is very important that you are honest now. And you actually hear from her side, like her knuckles are popping.
What did I give her?
Do you actually not? I was gonna say if you actually don't remember that.
Does Matt not remember?
Yeah.
No, Matt doesn't remember.
You said that, because this was last session, you said, or she said that she didn't need anything right now, but perhaps when you came back, there was something that you could help her with.
Yeah, you gave
And
her
then
a
she
vague
said-
deal,
And then she said, so it's a deal, and you shook her hand.
and that was pretty much. And as you're recounting that, that's pretty much the same interaction she gave me. Although she was saying that the sisters were involved in some side hustle making money, that I would need to convince them otherwise. But it seems so strange that that would be.
There are tales. To the west. Entities from a plane beyond this one. Who?
Kind of like hold on to the book.
and
You're
she,
saying this.
she notices that.
Yeah.
Not quite in that direction, I'm
Okay.
afraid.
I mean, don't be. Well, all right.
These beings typically emerge onto this plane and often will make deals with mortals.
Trick them into servitude or something, or owing them something.
Again, tales.
Right?
But we are living in strange times.
Yeah, no
so
shit.
nice.
Gunter,
They
I don't
always
trust you with
do.
character at all. I don't believe.
Did she seem nice? What was
To
my
you.
insight?
With your 16 insight?
Yeah.
Hard to read. Really kind of strange because thinking back, you're having trouble recalling her face.
Well, where would
Add
people?
it to the list. I'm
where
gonna
would
take
people-
out my little notebook.
Where would people who work in that district typically live? We could at least. I mean, are all
If I
houses?
just made
If
some
her name,
demonic
if her name doesn't
contract.
even ring a bell, where would they stay if they needed to stay somewhere?
The Frostmare Inn.
And that would be the place that they stayed. Thinking about it,
It would need to be. We have no other tavern. So unless they have a
Is
friend
the-
in town.
is the third floor of that never occupied? Is it ridden with bed bugs, as we have been told to believe?
As far as I know, yes.
Actually, though, third floor is that common knowledge?
Fairly, yes. There was a unfortunate bit of business that did strain. Strain is a strong word. There were several people in the Nook that I don't believe will come back.
Okay.
However, many of us never go there. We have our own homes. And
Maybe
there's
we
not many
should
outsiders.
return and
What?
see what the deal with the third floor is, and also just see if I keep wanting to say Xanathar. Xandar.
Oh,
No.
Xanathar.
Now you have me messed up on it.
Yeah.
Xanafer.
Xanafer.
Yeah.
Maybe see if Xanafer knows anything about that.
If you think it would be best, yes, of course.
I mean, that would be, and also if we're staying
we're
the
kind
night.
of pressed for time. I
No,
think
if we're
we should-
staying the night,
And
we're
Master-
staying the
and
night.
Gamble at this point would pipe up. Oh, so you're not leaving today?
No, we would best do with
leave
daylight.
today, Gamble. I think you're
Why?
right.
And why would we need to leave today if we fly off the mountain at night? We have a much higher chance of dying.
Shay's not gonna be the one watching.
Well,
Watching.
Cheyenne, you can see in the dark now because I've given you a new
You
gift.
can
Yes.
see in the dark now.
Right.
Look at that.
However, it
But we wouldn't have a
Does
place to
not-
stay and rest up you folks well, and I don't want to just jump
Actually,
into the wilderness.
I'm not.
Actually, what?
You would have a place to stay. I've given Guntir a gift that I think we could all make a use of.
Oh, I gotta share it.
However, I still have things
would
to
be
attend
good.
to, and I do have to collect product.
I think another evening would be best. At least just because this now unfolding possible threat, I couldn't, in any good conscience, leave here knowing that would be a danger left behind, and having two people who have interacted with a possible threat still here, we could probably provide the best insight into it.
Era to that would say, we will look, and I will have the elements of scouts that we have left investigate this. We will know before the night is done.
If you need help, I could easily help throughout the entire evening.
And Zinnia do say he doesn't sleep.
I think for the moment we are okay, but I will take you up on that if we need to.
Okay.
Um,
I'll do my
Again-
digging in at the Frostmare.
again, these are just tales, but be cautious.
Well, of course. Got me all spun up now.
Well, now I want to go back to the thread shop. I want to see who this person is. Did I make a deal with something?
I mean,
They'll
at this
be
time,
closed at this hour.
at this
It's
time-
It's probably about
early in the
6
morning.
o'clock. At
they
this
were
point.
closing when I left. Which was weird because it was the middle of the day, but
Yeah,
they
it
were
was like
closing.
1 o'clock.
Yeah, they were closing when I left. Maybe someone should go check on the sisters.
Probably fine. It's fine, right?
Let's
We
go
got
check on
bigger
the
fish to
sisters.
fry.
What? I mean, yes, of
I will
course.
have
but-
the scouts go around some of the more exterior clusters, as that is the easiest place to hide.
Right.
If you guys would investigate the sisters, that would be helpful.
That seems wise, at least before we retire for the evening.
And Guntir, you said you would investigate the Frostmare Inn.
Well, that's where I would go
What?
first, due to
Okay.
talking to what's his name. Maybe you
I
could
was
go
gonna
and check
see-
out the thread.
Is that? I thought that I want to go to the thread
It-
shop. That's where.
My ultimate question is, where shall we meet?
Back.
I suppose either here or is there a safer?
Master Gamble at this point pipes up and smiling a little bit. This place never sleeps, so if you would like
Right.
to, yes, of course, we
And
could
it's,
meet here.
it's nice and warm here, and I
It is
appreciate
indeed.
that. And I do appreciate that.
And thank you. I find it a little hard to find a lot of folk who appreciate warmth as much as you do.
Well, kind of obvious. That seems like a good plan. Let's take care of this.
All right, let's go find this demon thing that just.
Start out. I'll catch up.
Okay, right. I guess Morwen could go with Guntir.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if we need to, and
Let's
you
go.
might pardon me saying it's not like anything will go missing, but gain access to something closed to investigate.
Okay.
No, I'm saying that to Era about Morwen.
Sorry, what did you say then? I'm a little. I was
That's
being
fine. It's fine.
warned.
If there was, if Morwen is good at gaining access to places that are
Restricted?
closed, restricted, things like that. She's kind of curious. You're kind of curious, Morwen, right? Yeah.
You will find that there are very few locked doors around
Right.
here.
Right. Well then, if the
Except
two of
for
you,
your hearts.
Do you say that?
Yeah.
Guntir,
She turns to you
Gun-
and says,
this is no surprise to someone like you. I think this
An
type of
open heart.
reaction.
is open to all things, including a knife. Guard your emotions well, Guntir.
That's gonna be very hard. He's pretty reactionary.
They will be your undoing one day.
Get
Either
me
way.
287.
Yeah, we've heard the tales. You and Morwen, go check out the thread shop. I'll go back to the Frostmare.
Gamble and
You
Eric
take care of
kind
whatever
look
you
at
need
each
to
other
take care
and
of.
both smirk
I'll
a little
catch
bit.
up.
Yes.
I will catch up with you.
Okay. I'll probably be on the third floor,
Gamble
or at least
comes
in
over
the
and
room
just kind of claps a hand
Xan-
on your shoulder. He has to reach up to do it.
Xanafar.
But he
Xanafar.
just says,
Xanafar.
you know, I
I'm gonna
remember
write
in my
fucking name
younger
down
days,
Finally, now that I've said
I also went on many adventures like this. I envy you to be young again.
Yeah, it feels good sometimes. You gotta respect your elders, though.
Well, and I appreciate the respect, Guntir.
Oh, and I appreciate your respect, Gamble. And I appreciate the hospitality that has been granted to us all here at the Zinyi Monastery. It is a lovely...
I'm already
your
walking away. I
craftsmanship
know what Gunter's doing.
is
I'm walking
the
away to
most
take care of this shit.
exquisite that I have
Make-
seen
make
in
a-
all my travels.
Make a persuasion check or a deception check, your choice. They will yield different results.
Okay. I'm saying it to gamble, but trying to get...
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah.
I know what you're doing.
Ooh, nice. That's a 21 persuasion.
Okay. Gamble is just beaming. He feels, especially as a halfling, extending courtesy is something that is very woven into halfling culture. And though it's been a long time since Gamble is connected with that, there is something in him that still kind of stirs him, and he beams with pride and seems pretty happy. Air is hard to read.
Give her another one of those.
I will go and attend to the scouts.
I'm already gone. I'm already walking off because Gunter went on one of his spiels. I'm like, I can't.
And you watch as Era follows out kind of through that path, but then where it kind of goes off into almost like a 50-foot drop to where the tower is and all the birds that you've seen previously, you watch as she just steps off and into the night sky. Meanwhile, where are you guys all going?
Frostmare.
Okay.
Business with Gamble and then meeting up at the Frostmare.
Okay.
I'm gonna lean into Gamble. I don't think she likes me.
Who?
Aaron.
I think that she appreciates you more than you recognize. But no, she does not like you.
Well, at least we've got each other, right?
Yes, I do appreciate your company, Gunter. I do hope that after this
I
business in
appreciate your
Colteron,
gifts, too.
of course, and dealing with this dragon, that you have some success.
What dragon?
The one that you're all going to get the
I thought that was just a dream.
There is a dragon, however, it's...
Have you been having trouble sleeping?
Well, I am a little tired over the last couple days. I mean, I think I had a good night's sleep a few days back with that furball.
Have you tried drinking tea,
It's
Gunter?
been kind of hazy. Tea?
We'll get
Yes.
you some tea, Gunter. Why don't you and Morwen...
What's tea gonna do?
It
Well,
helps
there's-
settle
It's just
things.
leaf water.
Hot leaf juice, yes, that's what tea is. Good job.
But like any leaf that has medicinal properties, tea can do quite a number of wonderful things.
Oh, what kind of leaf then?
In terms of what kind of leaves am I speaking of?
Yeah.
Well, there
Those
are
are
to the west a number
tea.
of cactus-like things that we can turn into.
That's
an
fine. We gotta
ointment
go to
that can-
Colteron.
Oh, you mean currently now?
Yeah, right now.
Gunter, I will get you some tea. Take Morwen. Go investigate the thread shop.
The what?
The
Oh!
thread shop.
Yeah, because the contract I might have made with
Yes.
the demon or something.
Kind of important. Maybe time sensitive.
God, I wonder if that has anything to do with my dream.
It might. Why don't you go find out?
All right, let's go.
As you're leaving, Gamble kind of leans in and he goes, "I'll put some tea in the back for you. Don't worry."
Okay, I'll see you later, okay, Gamble?
Okay.
Oh, bring all this wyvern bits. Maybe
You left
see
him
what
up
you
in
can
the
do.
workshop with
Oh.
him. But he,
Go see what you can do with that stuff.
I will. I have a couple of good ideas already, and
All
maybe
right.
even something that you'll find helpful. Although it will take me about a month to perfect, and even then, well, as you've seen, and he points to his eyebrow that is completely singed away. Sometimes, things don't quite work out. Okay. it doesn't mend. It's not.
It's
you know,
organic material.
matter. But you
Time.
kind of put some spit on his eyebrow, and he looks a little confused, but smiles and says, "Thank you. I think."
Yeah.
Yeah.
No problem. Anytime.
So you and Morwen head off towards the tapestry unwoven, and the two of you head to the Frostmare.
No, you're doing your own thing.
Okay.
I'm still at the workshop.
So you head off to the
He's going
Frostmare.
to the
You
Frostmare.
remain
Yes.
with Gamble and Era.
Era's left. It's
Yeah,
just
sorry,
Gamble.
Era has left. So with Gamble.
Left off a cliff.
Yep, that she does.
Gamble, I find myself in need of a spear.
Well, since you've been gone, I have a bit of a new design, actually. Just a moment. And he heads off, not to his workshop, but to what you would know is sort of more of like a... Mass-produced is not something that the Zinyi do, but it is a place for the formation of these spears. And you can see that this area has changed somewhat. There are different elements to it, and you can see there is some kind of like a... almost like a... coil of copper that kind of goes around and underneath this forge, but from a rack where there are two other similar spears, he pulls out, very similar to Crodix, a spear. You can see there is almost like a disc of metal attached to the handle, and with the spear he pulls off something else, and it is almost like a belt. But he hands it to you, and he kind of shows you, if you put the belt across like this and put the metal disc on the back, you can, and he kind of gestures for the spear, and as you hand it to him, he kind of flips it over, and it seems like it's going to go too far, and then onto his back. Very handy for our flying friends.
Yes.
It's easier for them to fly without anything in their hands, and so I found this quite useful. Croddic has one as well.
Yes, I saw it briefly when we met up in Biss, of all places.
Is that where he found you?
Yes.
He said he was going to Far Shore. Well, Biss is on the way, I suppose.
Yes.
It's a very boring place.
Yes.
Good pork, though.
Big peeboo.
So like, we didn't get to sample the local cuisine as much.
Well, you were saying, I found myself very scatterbrained today and hungry.
It's likely Gunter's influence.
I don't think old age is contagious, but I'm much older than him, and
Could potentially.
he said he was 287, like that was old.
It's old anywhere outside of here, Gamble.
Is it?
For a dwarf, so I hear.
I've forgotten. But I like that Gunter.
He has his moments.
He reminds me of me when I was younger and a little bit more reckless.
He reminds me of a certain delinquent about town who's not currently present.
You mean Jeruxa?
Yes.
Oh no, Gunter is too nice for that. Not that Master Jeruxa is a not nice person, of course, but he's always playing pranks on people and trying to steal things, and Gunter would never do that.
Of course not. Never. Thank you for the spear, Gamble.
Of course. And try to be a little easier on your new friends. I know that you haven't had many, but
They are outlanders. It's hard.
Shay, you were an outlander once. As was I. As was Era, as hard as it is to believe. That is the thing about the Zinyi, Shay, that I've learned. I might not be a master monk, but all of us, we are outsiders together. That's the truth, I think, to this path.
I think that is very true.
But what do I know? I'm not a monk. And he takes a
are wiser than you
long
know.
pull of his pipe.
And very uncharacteristically, I give him a big hug.
And he, for a second, that actually surprises him a little bit. It's been a long time. But very quickly, his hands encircle you. And you can smell this tobacco. You can smell the leather that he's been working on with Gunter. But also, more than any of that, there is this sort of energy about him that wasn't there. He is thinking in these creative ways that it's been some time since you've seen. And in a way, it really is nice because despite Guntir, there is this genuine sense of affection coming from Master Gamble. But he kind of pulls away and ends this embrace and is just beaming now. Shay, I'm so glad that you're home.
I'm glad to be home, though short-lived as it is.
For now.
For now,
You will return.
I hope.
I know. Go catch up with your friends.
Thank you again.
I'll see you back here in like half an hour, maybe.
Perhaps tomorrow.
Well, I'll probably not sleep. Guntir has given me some good ideas and actually some fantastic materials. I had an idea for a shield. And he kind of begins to do his like little self-dialoguing bits and turns and kind of repacking the pipe, begins to ascend the stairs to his workshop.
What level are we on?
You guys are on the ground floor, or you are on the
Just
ground
making
floor.
my way out.
Okay. You make your way out and into the snow. Meanwhile, let's see. You went to the thread shop, you went to the Frostmare. All right, Frostmare first.
Okay.
So
I
you
am catching up full speed.
okay?
So the two of us then.
Shay's fast. She's not that fast, so it's not terribly far to the Frostmare. You know what? Actually, given that
She would definitely catch up.
I'm not going to do the math, but yeah, 100% she probably would. So
There's no question about
as you pull out, then down across the bridge from the monastery to the main town, by the time you get to the end of the bridge,
it. It's just
you don't hear it, but all of a sudden Shay is just kind of next to you.
and growing accustomed to that
very-
kind of thing.
Shiny spear.
Yeah. Growing
Magically
accustomed to
touched.
Shay showing up, just like Morwen showing up, but Shay showing up less. Well, whatever.
It's less aggressive.
Yeah,
Shay's
and also like not like stealth, not
Intentionally
having
stealth.
been stealthing right behind me the whole time. More like
It's just suddenly there.
yeah, just like I kind of just turn and go. Nice spear.
Oh, thanks. I think. Hope so.
Cool. I actually like stop and I lean back. I'm like, how is it? How is it? And I try to like pull it off
And as
just
you
out of
pull away,
curiosity.
it resists, but then all of a sudden comes loose.
Whoa! Oop! Sorry. And then I let go.
As you let go, it
Kinda
drops
like-
about 3 inches and then and just clicks on. And you can see because of Shay's weight, actually, you do kind of buckle a little bit forward
Like, oh,
because you are very light.
sorry. Cool.
It's like a firm pat on the back.
Yeah, it is just like a firm pat on the back.
Right. On we go.
You guys make
So, full disclosure, now that I know that this... Xanifer told me of dealings and stuff, mentioned something about someone at Wonders. Didn't mention anything about the tapestry unwound.
Tapestry unwound.
Um,
Sorry, tapestry unwoven.
unwoven. But knowing that he's got some weird connections to what apparently are some weird underdealings going on here, that's my thought in him maybe knowing about this mysterious person's presence.
I wouldn't be surprised at the idea, considering he interacts with most of the people who come in from the outside.
Right.
Dealing
It's a good place
in
to start, at least, right?
Gold is not uncommon here. I mean, that's
Sure. It's
why
not illegal or anything,
That's
obviously.
why I have coins.
Sure.
It's just it sometimes gathers here. It's
Right.
a product of outside influence.
But if there's exactly, let's just go and see if he knows anything about this person who claims to be.
You know, about this time you guys
Yeah, we'll
walking
get
and talking, you arrive
Yeah.
at the Frostmare, the beautiful statue outside. The Frostmare no longer having this open door, or not open door, but
But like-
the light creeping beneath the cracks. It is
Right.
dark.
Do you want to? And then I just kind of like gestured like goggles.
Yep.
So you take this mask, and it's way lighter than it should be, considering it's almost entirely metal. But as you pull this over, and these metallic red and brown and white feathers kind of spread across, the dark lenses slide over your eyes, and all of a sudden, in grayscale, you can see. You have 60 feet of dark vision. And so,
Very curious.
yeah.
It's
looking
what I
around-
see all the time. Well, during the evenings. I'd assume by the description that Gamble gave.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Anyways,
Continue.
let's be as cautious as possible. And I would argue now that you can see and you're a little more then and then I shake my, chain shirt just like maybe you
You mean because I'm a little quieter? And
yeah,
first.
yeah. Go first, please.
Yes.
This seems a little odd. This place has its lights off. It's an inn, not normal in any town.
Well, Guntir was here last.
Yeah.
I'm gonna shoulder open the door.
Okay, it's unlocked, and as you shoulder open the door, you hear from in the darkness beyond. You can see that there is a little bit of a fire burning in a room behind the bar, and you hear from the door this voice just go, "Who is approaching now? It's hot."
And would I hear that too?
Yes.
Just be like, oh, it's Heinrich and those that stayed with him, Shay, and
Could you just come on in here just
on our way.
for a minute?
The lights are out. Is everything okay?
I got a headache. It's a terrible head. Come in.
Okay. Come on.
Okay. You guys walk in, and there are still glasses set on tables. There are like dirty plates that are out on the bar. This place was closed very suddenly. And as you walk past the bar and into the door, you can see spread out on the one chair in front of the fireplace, shirtless, drenched in sweat, wearing very simple, kind of like briefs. Xanafer, his pale skin flushed red with fever.
Are you okay? Is
I
something
don't know
wrong?
What happened to me?
This man is ill.
But
He's very ill.
it's so hot.
Does he look like he's dying?
He looks like he's just like real sick.
Yeah. My like gut intuition would be to like like the reaction of healing kind of thing.
Okay.
It would be like healing light, basically.
Okay.
Like, holy crap.
Your
It's not a spell. It's just like a feature.
your
of,
ability where you can heal out of a pool, right?
Yeah.
As you cast that, you can see it does take effect. It spreads out these little runes appearing in this dark space. You now, with this dark vision, you can see faint bits of blue crackling.
But it's like kind of similar to how like Guntir's spells work, in the sense he doesn't know he's casting them.
Yeah.
Like, I still have not identified the source of
No,
all
and
this
so
stuff.
you
So
kind
it's
of-
just like instinctively like, oh my god, he's not okay. Are you okay?
And as they stretch out, these blue runes become green, and as they seem to kind of leap across, you would know that the spell does not take effect. He's not
interesting.
damaged.
Well, it's not a spell.
Or sorry, the ability
not-
doesn't
Okay.
take effect because you don't lose any.
Fair enough.
It seems as if he's at full health.
Okay, he's just ill.
You get the sense that he
It sort of like bounces back with this
has
feedback.
a
I'm assuming.
disease.
Okay. Like, oh, you are sick. You are so
Yeah.
sick. Did you
Yeah.
like stand outside in a cold or something?
I mean, no. I slept and I talked to you guys this morning, and I don't know what happened, but it's so hot.
Okay, is that why all the lights are off?
Yeah. Well, I had a headache, and it helped.
Okay. Is
Can you
there any?
produce water?
Well, at least that. Yeah, of course. And pull out the jug, unslinging it, and just kind of like, hold on. I'm gonna get like glasses.
Okay.
I'm not gonna just like dump it on him.
Go back to the bar and you grab a
Yeah.
glass. There's pitchers too, if you want.
Yeah, I'll fill up a pitcher for him.
You
And just
empty-
like,
you open up this decanter of never-ending water.
Yeah.
And just very slowly.
I'll
pour
use
and fill.
let's see, stream
Okay.
to pour a gallon into the gallon jug.
Very, very quick, like a whole gallon just emerges and fills this. It's cool.
Here, drink, please.
He looks over at you and seeing the water like unsteadily kind of reaches out.
No, yeah, and I'll
Okay.
drink him. Give him drink.
Take a sip.
You know what I mean.
Roll for affection.
Yeah, right.
So you pour a little bit of water into his mouth, and as he takes it, he just goes, it's so cold. I never thought I would want cold.
I'll just keep tending to that.
You tend
like,
to him.
Shay, maybe go take a look around. I'll take care of him and ask him a question.
See what you can find out.
Yeah.
And I'll make my way upstairs.
Okay. You make your way up the stairs. Very dark. It seems to be empty.
There's a third floor?
There is, yeah. You can see there are another set of stairs. There is across it several ropes, and you can see written on this very, very thin piece of wood in 2 different languages, which are Zinni and Common. Keep out bed bugs. Same thing below. Keep out bed bugs.
I think I'll do like a quick pause at each door on the way by, just to see if there's anything.
You pause at the door of the wolf and kind of look around it. You don't see anything. You go over to the door of the snake, and again, it seems empty. And one by one, you go to each door, and they seem empty on the second floor.
I'm going to very cautiously make my way up to the third.
Okay, easy enough. You creep under the ropes, and you begin to ascend this dark staircase. You can see there is a skylight, and so there is just faint bits of light. Very faint. And as you get to the top, you can see very similar layout. Lots of different doors. You can see there's like a strange looking, like a flying rat-like creature, which you actually did see similar downstairs. This one seems to have like a strange crest behind it. To your left, you can see what looks like maybe a newt or a salamander. And as you get to that door, go ahead and make a perception check for just up here.
27.
Okay. It's curious. I mean, it's colder up here for sure. And you remember those vents that were in, you guys messed me up now. Xanafer's room.
Ha!
And,
I remember his name.
None of those are up here. You remember that being a very new heating system. But up here it's colder. And there's something that bothers you because it's a familiar smell. But not from here. It's not a smell of home. It's a weird, almost kind of sickly sweet smell. And from behind one of the doors, you can hear now, the 28, this sort of...
Fucking Christ,
And your
they're
mind
following us.
immediately goes back to Helm's Temple, the second time that you were there.
God damn it. At least I can help this time.
Going to very carefully make my way back downstairs.
Okay, very
and
cautiously.
relay this whole bit.
Okay. While this is happening,
Yeah.
Guntir, you make your way back to the tapestry unwoven.
Fucking. Damn it.
It's dark.
I'm
Oh, you know what? Actually, point in fact, it's only about 7 o'clock at this point. It is not dark. There are still like candles that are flickering within.
I'm giving Morwen the cold shoulder still.
Okay.
I'm still
She doesn't seem to be noticed. She seems very preoccupied.
ignored, and I saw her turn away. That's all she needed to say.
You're being ignored as you're ignoring her.
Yeah. She's just
So
kind of
basically just like
smiling.
both wandering in
Yeah.
a direction.
Yeah.
Sure. You guys arrive, and it seems as if there is life inside.
Alright, this is the place. I'm gonna like knock on the front door.
Okay. You hear from behind it a throaty sort of voice just go, "Yeah, come on in."
I'm gonna poke my head in. Hey, remember me?
And in front of you, so now actually looking in, you can see there are a number of tables that look like maybe sewers' workstations, although very simplified setup, and you can see just bolts of cloth. This is not a place for making clothing. This is a place for kind of wholesale extra stuff that the Zinni are not using, and that they may trade for things that are more helpful in the moment, that the community needs. There are 2 women within this space, both very similar, obviously twins. Very heavy set. They're medium-sized creatures, but just barely. You know, like they're humans, but they're pretty heavy. You can see they have like black sort of curly hair. They have like, tanned skin, but not overly so. They are from the north. The one that addressed you again turns fully. You can see that there is like sweat coming down. This very simple white sort of tunic. Can I help you?
I'm looking for the young girl who works here, I think.
Is she pretty?
Was she pretty?
Yeah,
I don't
probably
remember.
reasonably attractive, yeah.
I don't remember her face. I guess.
Yeah, that's me.
No offense.
I'm
but
Jesse Giabald. How you doing?
You're not her.
Oh, well,
Sorry.
we're the only two women who work here. Are you single or
What?
you single? And then you see
no,
her
I'm
sister
seeing
from behind kind of
someone,
leans out
sorry.
and just goes, "Yeah, she wanted to know, are you single?"
I'm seeing someone right now.
He's seeing someone right now.
In front
And
of
the
you.
first-
You mean
and
right
then-
in front of you?
And the first person then again goes, "Yeah, I heard him. Thank you.
Sorry.
It's okay. Figured I'd ask."
Yeah, well, anyway, so no one else works here, you sure?
It's just me and her. Well, right now there's others, but we have two other men that work with us.
You don't have a young girl?
Again, I don't really know how many times I could
Yay
say it.
tall. Kind of looks like I don't really remember what she looks like.
Well, it's kind of hard to find out if you don't know what she looks like, and then the other
Well, I
one
thought
kind
if
of says,
she worked
"Then
here,
we don't know what you look like."
Well, I figured she worked here. You'd know your employees.
It's not really employees. The people who have some skill with the textile. Maybe not monks.
Oh, she
but
made this. I take it out.
You
'cause
know,
I-
you
You don't have it. You
Oh
gave
no,
it
I
up.
gave it away.
You
I
ding
thought
dong.
she gave it back. Ah, dang it.
Hold on.
Okay, well. Well,
Can we help you with anything? I mean, it's getting kind of late.
I don't know. What do you got?
So they take a little bit of time to show you the variety of very, very nice bolts of cloth that they have. And they do inform you they do not make clothing, but they do sell wholesale cloth, or will trade wholesale cloth.
Whole trade.
For whole trade.
Whole trade.
Yeah, whole trade. This whole trade prices. 3 deeds for the price of 1.
No. Well, thanks for nothing, I guess.
Yeah, well, you're welcome for nothing also.
All right. Good deal.
And as you leave, you can hear the other one kind of say, "I think that's the one that, what's her face was saying about wonder," and the door shuts. You are gaining a reputation. You're getting a very good reputation among the Zin Yi and a very poor reputation among Squall's End.
Except
Which is-
the one
I-
demon that I made a contract with.
I don't really know that there's a lot of people who've done that.
That's
actually
pretty
very
impressive. Yeah.
You've split a community along sort of like the very
Pretty
unofficial.
united community.
That's good, Dad.
Yeah.
You've managed to split
Defying
among the
Any
finest
type of
line that you
social
could find. That's
expectation.
very impressive.
Aggressively.
However, you exit out into the cold night.
Yeah.
Well, we should go tell the others. I don't. That's weird. Who? Did I?
Hey, Guntir,
What?
I got something for you. And Morwen produces a sewer's kit that she lifted off of one of the sisters
Jesus Christ.
with a natural 20.
Not
Is she
bad.
texting you this shit?
No,
Oh, okay.
I'm playing Morwen as best as I can.
This is appropriate. It's shiny. It's got shiny like needles
yeah,
and
little
stuff.
needles, but
Totally.
also the little thing itself. It's in like a little basket, and there are thimbles and all kinds of shiny things in there.
Well, I do get kind of cranky when I have a bad night's sleep.
Yeah, I know. It's okay. I got some of that dwarven fire wine stuff. That
All right. Well, apology accepted. Slaps on the back, guidance.
Okay. You can see she just kind of into like the snowsuit and then kind of straightens up and continues to waddle. So the two of you go.
That's weird, though. Because maybe that has to do with the dream. Oh, man. Everything's so fuzzy.
I don't know anything about dream. Come on, we have to go. Come on. And she kind of begins waddling faster.
So who was the... It wasn't either of them. They
Our
were.
friends are waiting for us.
I'm gonna, like, follow along, but
Okay.
kind of be muttering to myself, like, who was that? Who did I get the robes from?
You've already made checks on it, so you have no
Yeah.
idea.
Oh yeah, no, I'm just walking
Yeah, sure.
along.
So you walk
Lead
along.
in, transition.
Yeah.
You guys arrive at the Frostmare, and at the moment the door is open.
Hello?
I don't
Yeah,
know what's
Guntir, in here. Something happened to
Oh, that
Xanafer.
voice.
Oh no, what happened?
He's sick.
Thaumaturgy. I'm saying this all with thaumaturgy.
Oh my god. Guntir, please, be quiet, please.
What? I didn't hear that.
Hey,
Guntir,
please.
I messaged to Guntir like, shut up, he's feeling sick.
Lower
What?
your-
Shut up? Shut what? The door?
Your
It was
face.
wide open when we came in.
Guntir,
Could you please just tone it down a little bit?
actually, please.
Who's that?
it's very loud. It's Xanafer.
I'm gonna get up and like
feeling
storm
kinda
over to
sick.
your face and be like, dude, he's sick, please.
Oh.
He's
Why
sick,
didn't you
dude.
say so?
I
It's
did.
Still,
He said
it's
he's not.
still. You're still, I assume, whispering, but using
Yeah.
thaumaturgy. Okay.
Guntir, he's not feeling well, and it may have something to do with this girl. I don't know, but he's like all of a sudden fallen incredibly ill.
Oh,
Hey,
that's a good.
you
That's a
know-
good thought. Maybe it's the girl.
No more
Guys.
thaumaturgy.
Guys, I had another thought. Upstairs, on the third floor, we got these bugs.
Oh, should we bring you up there?
No,
No,
Guntir.
no. I feel terrible. I feel like I'm feverish.
Oh no, that's so sad.
It is.
I hope you feel better.
But look, maybe something about that. It's we just closed it off. I made it as cold as I could to keep the smell down, but you know.
The smell?
Yeah. So
Bed bugs don't. Make...
I don't think.
When's the last time you've been up there?
Oh. And you can see in his feverish state, kind of hard for him to think, but he thinks back. I don't know, maybe 2 months ago.
Jesus, you haven't even checked on it.
It's
In
gross.
2 months. Yeah, but this is you're here. You're living.
Am I back
It
down?
could be mold.
Yeah.
It could be mold. What was
Well,
Shay?
he
Shay,
tried
what
to
was it? He
freeze
hasn't been
it a
up there in
little
2
bit.
months. What is?
There's something up there.
You went to the third floor?
I told
Yeah.
you this guy was no
She's
good.
probably got bugs, and I'm already sick.
Just go to bed.
It's true. I mean, if the fire is causing you to feel overheating, just go back in. I'll help, and I'm gonna help him into.
Okay, you help him get up, and he's like wet to the touch.
Yeah,
He's
it's
dripping
gross.
sweat, and
It's
you
fucking
you
disgusting.
help him over to his bed.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do that.
Oh,
yeah.
I'll be like, oh yeah, I'll help. Let me help you.
No,
And
Guntir,
I'm
get the
just
fuck
gonna
away. Get away. Get up. No.
Control
No.
water.
No.
The water.
You can't control water out of the decanter.
No, because there's
it's
no water
not-
in it.
it's hel- yeah,
it's
it-
magically
yeah.
like summoned,
Dang.
and also I'm not doing this right here. I'm gonna do this before I put him into bed,
Okay, well,
and I'm just like, Guntir, yeah, just find out what Shay was talking about. She said something upstairs. I'll be right back out. I'm gonna lead him in.
All right, make sure you take good care of him. I hope you feel better, buddy.
And so I help him in.
And before, as you're helping me, stops for a second. He goes, "You know what, dwarf? You're not bad."
Hey, you still owe me for the other night, but you're not bad yourself.
All right, we'll figure something out. I
Feel
gotta
very
lay
iron
down.
grip on your shoulder.
All right, so I help him in, and I'm like, hold on, and just like do stream again. A gallon of water is probably enough to.
Yeah,
Don't need to use any more of it.
no,
And then dry him off, and then.
sure. So you give him a gentle sponge bath.
Yeah, exactly. It's very sensual. No, it's not. It's just very neutral.
You feel a hand.
No, it's
So,
it's
yeah.
incredibly neutral. It is
You give a very
it
professional.
is 19 neutral. That's not neutral at all.
You observe fantastic boundaries.
Yes, I am so fucking platonic with this guy that
Yeah.
he couldn't feel anything but ultimate friendship.
Yeah, it's you guys. You friend zone him so hard.
We friend zone each other
Yeah.
all night. No, all right, we're
Neutral.
done with that.
Please.
We're done with this skit. It's over.
I marked it.
No.
So after putting Xanafer to bed, getting him taken care of,
Yeah.
you the two of you are going upstairs with Morwen.
Yes.
Were you going up with him? Okay. It's probably
Worth
wise.
noting, you don't see Morwen when you get out of the room.
All right.
But you can assume that she's around.
It's like, you know, I'm still mad at you.
To note,
You can be mad at me all as you like.
after
Upstairs.
Your friends like
after
me.
putting him
Go.
I'm going.
Now.
I'm going
I will
now.
put my
I'm
foot-
the one who was
You
saying
hear
we
these
should
voices
go.
as they are going up the stairs. They're
Up
both
your
telling
ass.
each
You'll
other.
start moving.
And you hear Shay's voice just audibly.
And I shout. No, I don't shout out. I was gonna shout out. She's got a spear now. It's not
You
gonna
know,
be as
I was
comfortable.
talking to Gamble,
Okay, hold on.
and he
I'm
was
gonna relight
telling
the
me.
Hang on
fire.
one sec, because they're doing something.
I'm gonna relight the fire. After
He was
this,
telling
too.
me
Yeah.
you've got Era's temper. You should work on that. You know. It's
Fucking deck him. Holy shit.
Gamble thinks so too.
Level him.
I'm just saying what Gamble said.
Really, Guntir? Would you like to
You
meet
know, Gamble's a
Era's
good
temper?
guy. What?
Would you like to meet Era's temper?
I think I already did.
Oh, good. Then you know what's on the other end of my fist. Keep moving.
I mean, I'm moving.
You're gonna kill yourself.
You guys at
I
this
will
point
fi-
are at the stairway to the 3rd floor. You can see the ropes across.
You
it.
know, I came all the way here. The least you could do is thank me.
After you, dwarf.
Come all the way up here. Those squaws and
You guys make your way up the
bad
stairs. Gunter
dreams.
just talking to himself the
Yes.
whole way.
making me go upstairs.
And you arrive up at the top. Your very sharp senses do immediately pick up a faint scent of decay.
And I'm following right behind him, and as soon as we get to the top, I'll like clap a hand over his mouth.
Smells stinky, bro.
And like right in his ear.
Thaumaturgy.
And all of a sudden, a soft paw goes around over Shay's hand, and from your other side, Morwen just says, "Guntir, she said be quiet."
Shut up and listen.
I'm gonna... You see Morwen also leaning in.
And so, back downstairs, I just kind of put him to bed, and then just like, after the sensual, consensual sponge bath.
Consensual, sensual,
Yeah.
platonic sponge bath.
Exactly. I don't know if he says anything at this point. Probably.
I
not.
mean, he's like
He's
out of
out,
it. Pretty
alright,
much,
yeah.
yeah.
I'm gonna like go out, close the door. I'm gonna like relight the fire, just cause like,
Sure.
why, you know,
Take
it's
a little
obviously
bit.
like his effect, like whatever's affecting him was the reason why he lowered it, but it should be up.
Yeah.
'cause
So you
yeah.
turn the fire on.
Turn it on.
You begin. Yeah. I mean, you do.
I do. Yeah.
And as you use bonfire,
Yeah.
a spark and then a fire takes place, and this bonfire, this magically summoned bonfire, catches the logs very quickly.
Yeah. I hold it
and-
until it
yeah.
needs to.
And there's
take
this
on its
nice light and warmth that begins to take the space again.
own. Are there any lanterns that could just be relit and everything?
Yeah.
Too?
So you go around. You
Yeah,
you
I like set it
relight
back up
everything.
for.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. And while this is happening, you guys all now upstairs. What do you want to do? You listen. Make a perception check, both of you. I'll make one for Morwen.
That's a 7.
Okay.
21.
So you get very distracted because with Morwen's roll of what is the bonus?
I
Still-
think.
still
Actually, we could check. Hold on.
Yeah, if you wouldn't mind for perception. I think she rolled. I think she's going to end up with a 13.
+4.
+4? Oh, never mind. 9. So you are looking around and you notice that, oh, hi, Dice Priori, and all of the people that you just brought.
Oh no!
You looking around.
Right at the end.
I know, right?
Thanks for stopping by. See ya.
You notice that there are these same like carved crests of different animals that denote each door. And you get a little distracted because some of these animals are kind of bizarre. And then as you do, there's a moment where you just kind of feel whiskers and then Morwen right next to you. What are you looking at?
Oh, the weird animal thing.
Ah.
What are we
Oh.
looking at?
And she turns her head. And it's kind of one of these
Focus
things
on
where you
the-
see both of them. They're just
What are
kind
we
of...
being quiet for?
Listen. And I
They're both
point to the
watching.
door. I'd heard it.
And so with the 21, you actually would hear underneath the door, there is this faint... as something shifts wet in place. And as it shifts, you can smell that decay takes the space a little bit more.
Does that remind me of...
Make an intelligence check.
Ooh.
Nice. That's straight intelligence?
Yep.
That's an 18.
Okay. So this is the part in the movie where all of a sudden Gunter's eyes like open up and it's this zoom, that shift in.
Yeah.
Gunter, you are transported back to Port Quinn, back to the second trip that you took. But then you're kind of brought forward. And again, instead of Helm's Temple where you fought those large worms, you're brought back. You're brought back to Captain's Keep, and you're brought back to the Trials of Cord within that old temple. And the Earth Room, the room that had at one point been a pantry, but then had succumbed to just years of neglect and rot. And you remember Heinrich having a weird experience. You remember a similar smell at that time.
Hey, Heinrich! You should come up here!
Fucking God.
So you hear this from downstairs, and all of a sudden...
And I jolt up, and I'm just like, what the fuck is happening?
And you barely hear it because they're like 2 floors above you.
Right. But knowing that Shay was being quiet and now him yelling, I'm like, fuck. And I start quickly walking upstairs.
Okay, so you walk up the stairs. You, as soon as Guntir yells this out, you can hear suddenly the sound stop. And then you hear this very quick. And then nothing. What do? Heinrich, you arrive. You can see Morwen and Guntir and Shay all fixated on a single door.
I smell it.
Immediately. Upon getting up, you can smell the sickly sweet smell of decay, of bodies, of something else underneath. And it's very unpleasant. Very much. And in this moment, as you're doing this, there are these almost unnaturally powerful warning bells going off in your head.
Yeah. Every hair jumps off my body. My antlers stand on end.
And in this moment, you can see in front of you Morwen, Guntir, and Shay. And you feel a hand on your shoulder. And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Fuck!
So, Dice Priori, super cool for you guys to stop by. Matt Foreman, the DM there, super nice guy. Does some really cool stuff. So it's been awesome getting to know them. I wanted to say hi to like all the people who've stopped by. Thank you guys for subscribing also. Yasumiwa, Matt Foreman, thank you guys for subscribing. Really appreciate that. Yasumi was on a 3-month streak for subscribing, so thank you very much for that.
Nice.
Appreciate that.
Hell yeah.
So one of the things that we are going to be doing, are we doing next week?
I think so.
Okay.
As far as
so
I
we'll
know.
be back for episode 29 next week. We're going to see whose hand this is. We're going to have an encounter that I wasn't in no way prepared for.
Yeah.
So I do have the map. But
Okay,
I don't have
good,
the models
good.
that I need. That being said, next week we are in for a very exciting time. So tune in at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time next Friday and every Friday for Adventures in Alberon. But for tonight, we're going to say goodbye. Take care of yourselves, and we'll see you later.
Bye.